Chapter 61. Shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Rumble. Two powerful forces collided with a deafening sound. In the center of the square, a 10-meter-wide shockwave of spirit energy appeared, constantly emitting beautiful sparks. On the left, there was a huge sword finger, as if it was asking the heavens, breaking through the dome of heaven. The sword was swift and fierce, cutting through everything. The strength of Ask the Heaven's sword finger was well known, but seeing it now, everyone still sucked in a breath of cold air. On the right, everyone was shocked. There, a huge black semicircle formed, and it was evenly matched with the sword finger. On the surface of the black semicircle, there were 8 black dragons as thick as water buckets spiraling. It was a shocking sight. What kind of martial arts were those 8 black dragons? How could they be so strong? Everyone was filled with doubts. Shi Menjian was also shocked, and his heart was filled with disbelief. However, at this time, the 8 black dragons became even more majestic, as if they had absorbed the spirit energy of his Ask the Heaven's sword finger, and the atmosphere became even stronger. Not good. Shi Menjian shouted in his heart, but it was already too late. The 8 black dragons collided with the sword finger, causing his sword finger to collapse. He could not help but retreat. With every step he took, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and he retreated 10 steps. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Shi Menjian's mouth. His eyes were filled with confusion. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Ask the Heaven's sword finger would lose to the opponent's black sphere. At this moment, in the chaotic spirit energy fluctuation in front of him, a figure jumped straight over. It was Lin Ling. Although the tyrant dragon seal was powerful, it was not a martial art that could break through the body. The attack range was at most a dozen meters, so Lin Ling seized the opportunity to pursue. His fist carried the remnants of Lin Ling's strength, and it flew straight towards Shi Menjian. Shi Menjian's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, he seemed to smell the scent of death. He wanted to move, but he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was black spirit energy in his body. Although it was as big as a strand of hair, it was constantly destroying his dantian. This black spirit energy was very strange. As he was thinking, Lin Ling's attack came. The black fist was like a siege. With a bang, Shi Menjian's body exploded, and blood rained down. The scene caused the surroundings of the square to fall silent. Shi Menjian was ranked 3rd among the Flying Snow Palace's inner court disciples, and was tied with Gu Yen Sek's Ning Fei. He was usually arrogant, and his swift sword swept through the 100,000 great mountains. This time, he formed a group with Tai Mo and the other 2. They originally thought that they could sweep through the Genius Summit, but in the end, they lost to the demon-masked youth. In fact, when the demon-masked youth was breaking through, if Shi Menjian had stepped in to stop him, then the demon-masked youth wouldn't have been a threat. However, Shi Menjian arrogantly allowed others to step in, allowing the demon-masked youth to smoothly break through. Then, after a battle, Shi Menjian was blasted apart. Uncle Dao Xian, the 8 streaks of black spiritual energy were like dragons. Could it be, in a corner of the square, the eyes of the brocade-clothed youth from the Zhang family lit up. The old man next to him had a serious expression on his face. When he fought Xue Sha, I thought he was practicing a rank 6 cultivation technique. But I didn't expect that I was wrong. That was a rank 10 cultivation technique. It's a cultivation technique that the Cloud Sea Empire's imperial family members don't pass on to outsiders. 9 dragon strength. The silk-clothed youth's eyes brightened. In the past, I heard that someone stole this cultivation technique from the hands of an imperial family member. Then, he fled to the western sands and the northern ice region. Finally, he came to the 100,000 great mountains of the South Sea and hid in a small sect to secretly practice. It seems that the rumors were true. Does young master want this cultivation technique? With this cultivation technique, you can recultivate. Your foundation will be more solid, and your chances of breaking through to the body transformation realm will be higher. the old man said. The silk-clothed youth nodded. At the same time, on the other side, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. I didn't expect that in a mere 100,000 great mountains, someone would actually obtain the 9-dragon strength. This cultivation technique is the best for the body transformation realm. Even my ancient Lin family doesn't have it. If I can obtain it, then... His expression changed, but he quickly shook his head. My goal this time is to find Lin Ling. The entire square was shocked. No one knew how the demon-masked youth had won. It was too inconceivable. 9-dragon strength. As the realm increases, the spiritual energy density increases. At the 8th stage of body transformation, one can kill a 9th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling stood there quietly, but his heart was also shocked. Quickly, he swallowed several rejuvenating pills to recover his spiritual energy and injuries. The Tyrant Dragon Seal was Lin Ling's strongest attack. This martial art was originally a 3rd-grade yellow-ranked martial art, but as Lin Ling's realm increased, its power would continuously increase. It could even reach the power of a profound-ranked martial art. Unfortunately, once it was used, Lin Ling's spiritual energy would be depleted. It was only suitable for a critical moment. After his spiritual energy had recovered, Lin Ling looked at the last person, Iron Demon, and coldly said, I originally had no intention of competing. I already had the intention of withdrawing, but you insisted that I stay. Then I will do as you wish. The next one is you, Iron Demon. Lin Ling's words were decisive. It was clear that he did not intend to give up. His principle was to treat others as they treated him. Moreover, he believed that Iron Demon also did not intend to let him go. This child is terrifying. The square was in an uproar. No one would have thought that the demon-masked youth would not give up after fighting several people. It seemed that he wanted to sweep through all the experts of the summit. This made many people sigh. Iron Demon and the others had smashed their own feet with a rock. Iron Demon is stronger than Shi Menjian and the others. The demon-masked youth has already fought several times. Does he still have the strength to challenge? Of course, everyone was also puzzled. Could it be that the demon-masked youth still had a hidden trump card? Iron Demon quietly stood at the edge of the stage. His face was gloomy. From beginning to end, he did not put Lin Ling in his eyes. But now, Lin Ling had slapped his face. After fighting several times, he still dared to challenge him. Not to mention that you have fought several times, even if you were at your peak, you would not be my opponent. Iron Demon walked forward step by step. The ground shook as if a giant was walking. I am not like Shi Menjian. How about this, I will give you a chance. If you do not lose within 3 moves, I will spare your life. Compared to Shi Menjian and the others, Iron Demon was clearly stronger. In the 4 great sects, other than the number 1 inner disciple and the core disciples, no one was his opponent. In his eyes, although the demon-masked youth's strength was not bad, he clearly did not have the strength of the number 1 inner disciple. 3 moves. As expected of Iron Demon, you have courage. The demon-masked youth has fought several times. His physical strength and spirit chi have not recovered. I am afraid he cannot block 1 move. The surrounding people were discussing. Then I will also give you a chance. If you do not lose within 10 moves, I will spare your life. Lin Ling's calm voice was filled with confidence. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Not only did the demon-masked youth not need to give Iron Demon 3 moves, but he gave Iron Demon 10 moves. This courage and this contempt was even greater than Iron Demon's. 10 moves. Iron Demon's indifferent face became gloomy. You are courting death. This time, he was furious. Bang! He took a step forward, and as he did, a sudden change occurred. All around the square, the weapons in the hands of many martial artists began to jump up. So. The weapons uncontrollably rushed towards Iron Demon. As if they were attracted by magnets, they tightly stuck to Iron Demon's arms, making him look like a steel giant. This scene was so shocking that it made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 62. A Flame God. For Iron Demon to be able to stand above Shi Menjian and the others, his innate spirit body is definitely not first grade. The old man beside the Zhang family youth lightly said. The higher the grade of innate spirit body, the greater the assistance it would bring. Unfortunately, high-grade innate spirit bodies were very rare, 1 in 10,000. Bang! Iron Demon took a step forward. His 2 iron arms were more than 10 meters long, and his left arm struck out. I'll take your life. Bang! Shwa! Astral winds rose. This attack was equivalent to a martial artist using his body to block a sword. Who could block it? It's time to use my strongest trump card. Bang! Lin Ling's face was calm and fearless. He dared to challenge Iron Demon because he was confident that he could break the seal on the eggshell. The seal on the eggshell was stronger than the 9-dragon spiritual energy. This was also the reason why he was confident in defeating Iron Demon. Moreover, he was wearing a mask. Even if someone paid attention to him, they would not know his origin. This allowed him to fight freely and reduce unnecessary trouble. Rumble. In his dantian, spiritual energy crazily attacked the seal. Gradually, a trace of hot aura spread out. Qi. Lin Ling's body began to emit flames. An unprecedented power rose from his heart. This was the first time he had used the power of the eggshell seal. First move. Bang! Without any fancy moves or preparation, Lin Ling simply punched out. This was a fire fist. Bang! The huge iron arm and the fire fist collided. Terrifying spiritual energy exploded, followed by popping sounds. Iron Demon's left arm, which was formed from the sword and saber, completely disintegrated. As for Iron Demon, he took a step back and his expression changed drastically. What is that? Bang! The surrounding people were also shocked. No one expected that Iron Demon would be defeated by a single punch from the demon-masked youth. This demon-masked youth seemed to have no limit. Fire spiritual energy? Bang! Iron Demon's pupils constricted. In his eyes, Lin Ling's fist was wrapped in flames. The flames did not seem to be ordinary flames. Innate spirit body. He also has an innate spirit body, and it's even higher than Iron Demon's. Bang! The old man beside the young man from the Zhang family exclaimed in shock. He could tell that the young man had at least a 3rd-grade fire attribute spirit body. As for what kind of spirit body it was, he couldn't tell at the moment. Since the beginning of the Genius Summit, he has never revealed his innate spirit body. So this is his trump card. That young man from the Zhang family, he murmured. Compared to the two people's surprise, on the other side of the square, the mysterious middle-aged man was as shocked as a celestial being. Ancient clan's Lin family's mixed fire body. Could it be that he is Ling, who was left behind in Gu Yan's sect? He was very clear about the flames that Lin Ling had displayed. This was because he also possessed the innate spirit body of the ancient Lin family bloodline. Earlier, I only used 50% of my strength. I don't believe that you can be stronger than my Iron Demon innate spirit body. Iron Demon, who had always been indifferent, flew into a rage out of humiliation. Since he dared to underestimate Lin Ling, he naturally had the ability to do so. He originally thought that once he displayed his powerful strength, the youth in front of him would either die or be crippled. But who knew that the youth's strength was beyond his imagination? Iron Dragon overturning the river. He took a step forward. His 2 iron dragon-like arms fiercely slapped towards Lin Ling. This momentum was like overturning rivers and seas. If Shi Menjian was here, this move would be enough to make him feel hatred in the underworld. His sword was useless against this kind of enormous strength. But that didn't include Lin Ling. Second move. Lin Ling took a step forward. His entire body was covered in flames, making him look like a man on fire. This time, he attacked the eggshell seal even more crazily. The eggshell seal erupted with a terrifying fire attribute spirit chi. It was extremely strong and young, as if it wanted to burn everything in the world. Hong! His two fists blasted out calmly, but they were like two flaming meteors. Peng peng peng. With the second move, Iron Demon's iron arms once again collapsed. Swords and blades flew everywhere. Even the iron was on fire. Iron Demon took another step back. His expression became even uglier. The demon-masked youth's fire attribute power was extremely terrifying. It seemed to burn everything. Lin Ling's eyes were firm. Iron Demon's strength was not weak. Through the feedback from his fists, his body was also impacted. But in his dantian, other than the crazy fire attribute spirit chi, there was still the 9-dragon strength. Although it was not much, it was enough to constantly heal his injuries. Iron Demon, where does your arrogance come from? With your strength, do you think you have the qualifications to look down on others? Lin Ling took another step forward. His aura was magnificent. How terrifying. His strength is already ranked second among the inner disciples of the 4 great sects. Many people were shocked. Their hearts were heavy. Iron Demon's expression was cold. His hands once again sucked in. The surrounding swords and blades flew over, forming 2 iron arms. Bang bang bang. Third move, fourth move, fifth move. The battle was intense. The sound was deafening. The martial stage was no longer a martial stage. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He received the attacks while shouting. At this moment, he was giving way. His voice made many people react. They knew that the demon-masked youth did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he was looking down on Iron Demon. He was giving Iron Demon 10 moves. This boldness caused all of the geniuses that had lost to Lin Ling to go pale. This was especially true for Bloodzan and Boulder. They both clenched their teeth. They never thought that this demon-masked youth would be so much stronger than them. And Yuer and Lu Qian were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Lin Ling was the strongest in their group, but his strength had once again exceeded their expectations. Ah ah ah. Iron Demon roared towards the sky. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Since young, he had always been the center of attention. When had he ever been humiliated like this? It was worse than killing him. 100,000 swords, condense for me. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Iron Demon exploded with his strongest move. Swish swish swish. Even more swords flew towards Iron Demon. At this moment, Iron Demon seemed to be in control of all the weapons. Sword and blade domain, strangle. Bang! With Iron Demon's loud roar, the swords and blades shot towards Lin Ling. This move was unimaginably terrifying. Unless one was a true core disciple, no one would be able to block it. The scene was spectacular. A large number of swords and blades danced in the air. The speed of the swords and blades was very fast. In a few breaths of time, they had wrapped around Lin Ling, forming a 10-meter sphere of weapons. On the surface of the sphere, swords and blades surged, as if they wanted to bury Lin Ling alive. Ha, you've lost. Being trapped by the sword and blade domain, you will be cut to death. Bang! Iron Demon roared with laughter. His laughter was filled with pride. The square was completely silent. No one knew if the demon-masked youth was dead or alive. Could it be that the demon-masked youth had lost in the 10th move? But the silence did not last long. Someone cried out in alarm, "Look at that sphere of weapons." The sphere of weapons was still spinning, but a blazing light shined out, making the sphere of weapons look like a sea urchin. Gradually, the swords and blades turned red, as if they were being burned by fire. This gave people the illusion that there was a sun, a flame, and a flame god sealed within the sphere of sharp weapons. Pung! A flaming fist suddenly broke through the sphere of weapons. Following that, peng peng peng, countless fists punched out. The sphere of weapons exploded, and a blazing light came out from within, as if it was a man of fire. 10th move. Following this, there was a cold voice. 10 moves. This was truly a 10-move handicap. Chapter 63. First place. You can die now. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. In the next moment, he turned into a shooting star, shooting towards Iron Demon like a fireball crossing the horizon. Iron Demon's pupils grew bigger and bigger. This was the first time he felt fear. This summit was supposed to be the place where he would become famous, where he would look down on the other geniuses. But even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that this would be the place where he would die. Whoosh! Lin Ling's speed was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Iron Demon in just a few breaths of time. His arms spread out like a flame god embracing Iron Demon, and his entire body was covered in flames. They soared into the sky, burning Iron Demon to nothing. At this point, Iron Demon was dead. Around the martial stage, everyone's faces were filled with fear. For a moment, they were speechless. At the summit, a dark horse had risen once more, sweeping away all the geniuses. At this moment, the demon-masked youth had used his absolute strength to shock everyone's hearts. Under that demon mask, everyone was curious. Just who was this youth? For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at the youth. Good, good, good. Your strength and talent are both not bad. The winner's group of geniuses belongs to none other than you. Chapter 64. Boneyard's final destination. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. This senior apprentice sister really had a big appetite. She actually didn't even care about a 10th grade cultivation technique. But from another perspective, senior apprentice sister also thought highly of him. She thought that he wasn't just limited to this, and that he would have even greater achievements in the future. Thus, she saved this favor for the future. Okay, I won't force you. But don't bet wrong. I might be mediocre in the future. Lin Ling smiled. He then recited the cultivation method of the 9 dragons and told Lu Qian to memorize it. At the same time, he explained the key points of cultivation. After reciting, Lin Ling left without stopping. He had a feeling that after the ancient Zhang family people came, a storm would rise in the 100,000 mountain range again. In this chaotic world, all he could do was to raise his cultivation and control his own destiny. Did you find it? In a luxurious restaurant, Zhang Jiuyun was drinking wine and looking at the people in front of him. Young master, that ghost-masked youth was very cautious. Before the genius summit ended, he disappeared. A middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "A bunch of trash." Zhang Jiuyun's face became ferocious. The ghost-masked youth went against his will, so how could he let him stay? Moreover, the youth had a 10th rank cultivation technique, so he was determined to get it. But he didn't expect that the youth wasn't stupid. He had an intelligence that didn't match his age. He shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, not arrogant and complacent. Instead, he disappeared quietly, giving him a feeling of hitting cotton. Young master, business is more important. At this time, the old man next to him reminded him in a low voice. Zhang Jiuyun nodded. He came to the 100,000 mountain range this time because he received the ancient Zhang family's order to subdue the 4 sects and martial artists here. Secondly, he came with selfish motives. He secretly learned that the 100,000 mountain range had the admiration of the Zhang family ancestors, and that the tomb also had the treasure he dreamed of. He was determined to get that treasure. Young master's mission this time is to subdue the 100,000 great mountains. Currently, Flying Snow Palace, Wild Blade Sect, Fallen Leaves Sect, and Guyen Sect, the first 3 sect leaders have already agreed to submit, and Gu Yan's sect is planning to inform their sect leaders. However, young master, someone asked me to deliver a piece of yuan crystal mica to this youth. This treasure was obtained by that person in the 100,000 Great Mountains, and they hope to exchange it for the position of Gu Yan's sect leader. The old man said. Crystal mica, this rural place actually has an unexpected harvest. This treasure, whether used for refining pills or forging weapons, is extremely rare. Zhang Jiuyun laughed loudly, permitted. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there were more than 300 sects, and this didn't include the smaller sections. His ancient clan's Zhang clan had more than 100 sections. Hence, he, Zhang Jiuyun, didn't even bother about the sect head position of the Gu Yan sect. Whoever offered the most valuable treasure, he would let that person take the position. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "Oh right, I received news that the 14th uncle of the ancient Lin family has also come to the 100,000 mountains." 14th uncle? Lin Li? Why did he come to the 100,000 mountains? Zhang Jiuyun frowned. I don't know for now, but the ancient Lin family has quite a number of subordinate sections. They shouldn't be interested in the 4 major sections. My guess is that he is here for the bloodline of the ancient Lin family. In the ancient Lin family, all 16-year-old youths have to return to the ancient clan to cultivate. Perhaps the 100,000 mountains has the bloodline of the Lin family. The old man pondered. Zhang Jiuyun nodded. That is good. I hope his goal isn't the burial ground, the Zhang clan's tomb. With my current strength, other than the inner sect's number 1 and core disciples, the rest of the Gu Yan sect disciples are no match for me. Lin Ling continued to move forward with excitement in his heart. Using the tempering of the Genius Summit, he had benefited greatly and was getting closer to the strength of a core disciple. If there were any Gu Yan sect disciples who knew of Lin Ling's strength, they would be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. In just 3 months, he had advanced from the 6th stage of body transformation to the 8th stage of body transformation. Other than Lin Ling, who else in the Gu Yan sect could do this? However, Lin Ling knew that he was still lacking some maturity. Therefore, his goal this time was the burial ground. After a long time, Lin Ling once again arrived at the burial ground and continued to move forward. The first path, Iron Spear Array. Lin Ling strolled leisurely. He didn't even use the reverse blood technique and easily walked through. The second path, Terracotta Figures. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. With his current strength, unless one was at the 9th stage of body transformation, it would be very difficult to make him use his true strength. Even if one was at the 9th stage of body transformation, if he used his trump card, the eggshell seal, he could still defeat them. Peng peng peng. Behind the second path, 4 terracotta figures appeared. However, they still couldn't stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling had finally arrived at the third path. The third path was at the top of the mountain. Here, the fog was hazy and the ground was made of gray rocks. However, the area was very large and one couldn't see the end of it. What was strange was that here, the aura of death pervaded the air and there were no signs of life. There was only a pagoda in the distance. That pagoda should be the tomb. I've finally arrived. Lin Ling let out a light breath. He was looking forward to the treasures in the third path. However, the aura in front was very strange. The danger level was definitely not lower than the second path. Therefore, he didn't move forward for the time being. Instead, he waited quietly. He wanted to see if he could find the lost time and know the danger of the third path in advance. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, the path ahead was still silent. Lin Ling sighed. He guessed that the lost time might have appeared in an inconspicuous place. Therefore, no matter what, he had to go in and explore. With that thought in mind, Lin Ling advanced cautiously. As he took a step forward, the world around him changed. He appeared in a gloomy forest. His surroundings were dark, and he could faintly hear the cries of ghosts. Fuck, what kind of place is this? Lin Ling was shocked. He was clearly at the top of the mountain, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared here. Without a doubt, this place had been changed by a strong person, forming a kind of mystic realm. The strength of that strong person must be extremely strong. Perhaps it was the owner of the tomb. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. At this time, a frightening sound came from afar. It was the sound of ghosts crying. Lin Ling's scalp went numb. The surroundings were too dark and he couldn't see clearly. Fortunately, during the Genius Summit, he accidentally awakened a power similar to Soul Force. Even if he didn't use his eyes, he could see the surroundings. Therefore, he quickly found the source of the crying. It was a woman in white. Her long hair reached her waist and covered her face. It was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, the woman in white raised her head, revealing an ashen face. Her eyes were pitch black, as if they had been dug out by someone. Fuck. Lin Ling was always calm, but at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. That thing looked like Sadako in the supernatural movies he had seen in his previous life. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The woman in white floated towards Lin Ling. She was extremely terrifying. As a martial artist, I have spiritual chi to protect my body. I am not afraid of ghosts and gods. I want to see what you are. Chapter 65. Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill. Swish. This sword flashed with black light, like a black dragon soaring through the sky. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. However, Lin Ling's sword easily pierced through the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman was safe and sound. She lifted her ash-white face and suddenly enveloped Lin Ling. This was a real ghost, like smoke and fog. Lin Ling's physical attack was naturally ineffective. Lin Ling was shocked. He then found that when the white-clothed woman approached him, his spiritual energy and blood were constantly being absorbed by the white-clothed woman. He had read supernatural stories before and knew that these ghosts loved to suck people's vitality. They could wrap around people and suck them to death. He had also heard of this kind of thing before. In the previous world, some people were walking in the mountains. After returning home, they suddenly fell seriously ill. No matter how much they tried to treat them, they could not be cured. In the end, they slowly died. At that time, there was a saying that the person provoked the ghost and was entangled by it. The white-clothed woman in front of him was even more terrifying. Her speed of sucking people's vitality was even faster. If this goes on, I will definitely die. Woo-woo. Lin Ling thought of ancient Yen Sexua Leitang and Yu. His eyes suddenly widened. If he died here, then his master Yu would definitely not be able to escape from Elder Xian Hai's evil hands. I can't die yet. Woo-woo. Lin Ling shouted. The 8 streams of black spiritual energy in his dantian crazily attacked the eggshell seal. In the next moment, a scorching flame burst out. His dantian turned into a sea of fire. The fire penetrated his body and turned Lin Ling into a burning man. Jia. Woo-woo. The white-clothed woman was burned by the fire. She frantically retreated and screamed. Fire, the extreme yang, could obviously restrain evil things. The fire in Lin Ling's dantian was not an ordinary fire. It was his innate spirit body. Kneel. Woo-woo. Lin Ling was like a flame god descending to earth. He suddenly pointed at the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman was somewhat frightened. She seemed to be afraid of being burned by the fire and immediately knelt down. At this time, another woo-woo-woo-woo sound came from afar. Listening to the sound, there seemed to be more than one ghost in this ancient forest. Although they don't dare to approach me due to the protection of my flaming aura, I can't stay here for long. I have to find a way to leave. Lin Ling knew that he shouldn't stay here for long. After pondering for a moment, he immediately turned around and left. Woo-woo-woo. Behind him, a large number of ghostly cries chased after him. As long as Lin Ling's flame aura disappeared, those ghostly cries would pounce on Lin Ling and suck his essence, energy, and soul. This chase and escape lasted for half a day. Lin Ling was speechless as he discovered that this ghost forest was vast and boundless. There seemed to be no way out at all. This made Lin Ling realize that he was trapped. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a month had passed. In this month, Lin Ling was constantly on the run. In this ghost forest, other than the ghosts, there were also some zombies. They were a type of people who died but did not become zombies. Although their strength was less than the terracotta figures on the building, there were many of them. They were extremely troublesome. Lin Ling's hands were weak from slashing them. This ghost forest seemed to be deliberately placed by the tomb's owner. It could be imagined that the tomb's owner must have killed countless people before he died, and used ghosts to protect his tomb. On this day, Lin Ling weaved through the ghost forest and inexplicably came to the front of a stone house. Lin Ling was familiar with the ghost forest. In this month, he was already familiar with the terrain. Most of the ground was filled with coffins. This was the first time he saw a stone house. This stone house was extremely ancient and looked very ordinary. But strangely, there were no ghosts here. It was extremely abnormal. Lin Ling cautiously approached. Not long after, he saw the figure of an old man sitting cross-legged at the side of the stone house. His face was filled with vicissitudes, as if he had lived through tens of thousands of years. The old man held a copper bell in his hand. He mocked himself, "Tomb guard, Lord Zhang. I've guarded your tomb for 300 years. Will you let my clansmen go? Die." Lin Ling's face changed. He knew that he had finally seen the lost time. After all, ghosts could not speak. They would pounce on anyone they saw. However, this old man not only spoke, but also ignored him. This was the sign of the lost time. Looks like if I want to leave this godforsaken place, the key is still this old man. Die. Lin Ling let out a light breath. No one could imagine what it felt like to be in the company of ghosts every day for a month. If Lin Ling's temperament was not firm, he would have already collapsed. If it was another person here, even if they were not stupid, they would have gone crazy. He's the tomb guard. No wonder there are no ghosts near this stone house. Lin Ling quietly listened to the old man speak. The old man seemed to be very lonely. He talked to himself for several hours. First, he talked about his origins. Then, he talked about the owner of the tomb, Lord Zhang. Finally, he said that it was his regret to not have a wife. Damn Lord Zhang, why didn't you get a wife to guard the tomb with you? Lin Ling was speechless. He now knew a thing or two about the old man's origins. From the old man's words, he knew that if he wanted to leave the ghost forest, unless he had heaven-defying strength, he would have to rely on the soul-subduing bell in the old man's hand. This soul-subduing bell could not only control ghosts, but it could also clear the ghost fog and find the way out. After a moment, Lin Ling smiled and walked towards the stone house. The stone house was where the tomb guard lived. After opening the door, there was nothing inside, only dust. Lin Ling did not care. He walked to a corner of the stone house and punched the wall. Boom! A large hole appeared in the wall, and there was a wooden chest inside. Previously, from the old man's muttering, Lin Ling knew that the old man's soul-subduing bell was hidden in the stone house. After a moment, the wooden chest was opened. There were 3 items lying inside. One was the bronze soul-subduing bell, a bottle of pills, and an ancient sheepskin scroll. Looks like there's an unexpected harvest. Lin Ling could not help but smile. He first put the soul-subduing bell into the rune bag. Then, he opened the pill bottle. There was a blood-red pill lying in the pill bottle. It looked like it was condensed from blood. Shaking his head, Lin Ling could not understand what kind of pill it was. Finally, he picked up the ancient sheepskin scroll and looked at it carefully. This scroll was a pill formula, the heavenly spirit cleansing pill. According to the pill formula, this pill was a second-grade pill. It was used to break through to the body refinement realm. It had the effect of liquefying spiritual energy. Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill? Lin Ling's face changed. In the martial arts book left behind by the ghost monkey, he knew that if one wanted to break through from the body refinement realm to the martial spirit realm, the first thing was to liquefy spiritual energy. Liquefying spiritual energy. These 4 words seemed simple, but in fact, it had stopped countless martial artists. Relying on oneself to break through, the chances of success were very slim. Most people relied on the assistance of the spirit cleansing pill, which was also why the spirit cleansing pill was so precious. But the spirit cleansing pill had a 30% chance of success, and the heavenly spirit cleansing pill had a 50% chance. The most terrifying thing was that this kind of pill washed the spiritual energy in the body in advance. It had to be known that the ordinary spirit cleansing pill was used at the peak of the body refinement realm. But the heavenly spirit cleansing pill was used at the body refinement realm. It converted a part of the spiritual energy in advance, and let the spiritual energy liquefy. When one reached the body refinement realm, the chances of breaking through would greatly increase. Liquefying spiritual energy, haha, this pill formula is priceless. Chapter 66. Young Master Zhang's Bodyguard. Since it's to liquefy the spiritual energy in advance, it's better to take it early. Yes. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and swallowed the heavenly spirit cleansing pill. This pill seemed to be condensed from blood. Once it entered his body, it dissolved like water, forming a strange vortex. When it reached his dantian, it suddenly crazily absorbed the black spiritual energy. Gradually, the vortex quietly turned black and turned into the state of a drop of water. This was the liquefaction of spiritual energy. Of course, the liquefaction process was very slow. Lin Ling waited for a full 3 days. 3 days later, Lin Ling sensed it and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The drop of black liquid didn't seem big, but the spiritual energy suppressed was completely the sum of his entire body's spiritual energy. He was finally sure why the martial spirit realm and the body refinement realm were separated. After all, the former was much stronger. Erasing the body refinement realm was as easy as blowing off dust. A few days later, Lin Ling left the stone house. Although his spiritual energy had been liquefied, it was only a small part. He needed more heavenly spirit cleansing pills. And before that, he also needed to increase his realm strength. Looking at the stone house, Lin Ling bowed to the old man's figure with gratitude in his heart. "Senior, if it weren't for your guidance, I might not have been able to get out. I, Lin Ling, will remember your kindness. If you hadn't died, perhaps I would have found a woman to accompany you to guard the tomb and fulfill your wish." With a helpless smile, Lin Ling slowly left. At the moment, he didn't plan to go to the tomb. After all, from the old man's words, he knew that the tomb was very terrifying. The tomb owner used an ancient burial method to preserve his body, turning into a half-human, half-ghost creature. With Lin Ling's current strength, he would only end up dead. A moment later, Lin Ling appeared in the ghost forest. With a slap of his right hand, the soul-suppressing bell appeared. The ghosts around him were suddenly frightened and circled around him. "Scram! Scram!" Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The ghosts seemed to have heard the order and floated away one by one. Inject spiritual energy into the soul-suppressing bell and you can open the way out. The soul-suppressing bell in Lin Ling's hand blossomed with light as a black vortex appeared in front of him. It was extremely mysterious, and Lin Ling didn't hesitate at all as he stepped inside. When he reappeared, Lin Ling was already at the top of the mountain. He had finally come out. At this moment, the sound of conversation could be heard from the top of the mountain. "So this is Lord Zhang's tomb. Hee, I wonder how many treasures there are. Young Master Zhang Jiuyun is here for the tomb. You guys are rarely tempted by money, be careful that young master will deal with you guys." Last time, you guys were ordered to kill the ghost-masked youth, but you guys didn't complete the task. Young master is already very unhappy. Damned ghost-masked youth, he's like a little fox, very cautious. If I meet him, I'll definitely skin him alive. In the distance, a large number of people were walking over. These people were dressed in luxurious clothes and their eyes were filled with arrogance. That young master of the Zhang clan also came to the burial ground, but this tomb belongs to the Zhang clan, so it's not strange for him to come. Lin Ling frowned, but as he had guessed, the young master of the Zhang clan had not let him go. But his current situation was not good. The people in front of him were the young master's subordinates, and their strength was not weak. They were all powerhouses at the 10th stage of body transformation. He did not fear a single person at the 10th stage of body transformation, but in front of him there were over 100 of them. Who? At this moment, a cold voice sounded out. It was clear that the other party had also discovered Lin Ling's complexion changed. He slapped his right hand and took out the ghost mask. He put it on his face and at the same time drew his bronze greatsword. The people in the distance had already approached. When they saw Lin Ling, they could not help but laugh. "Ha, I've worn out iron shoes looking for you, but I didn't think I'd see you here. Ghost-masked youth, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being tactful. Today, you've encountered the Zhang clan's guards. Kill him." Whoosh! A black-clothed man was the first to rush over. He slapped out a palm with a grand momentum, forming the sound of a tsunami. From afar, it looked like a wave was crashing down. This palm, even if Iron Demon was present, he would not be able to take it. This man was at the 10th stage of body transformation and came from the ancient Zhang clan. His strength was extraordinary. So strong, this is a martial artist from outside the 100,000 Great Mountains. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but he was not afraid. The spiritual energy in his body tumbled. This time, he used the spiritual energy from the black water droplet in his dantian. That drop of spiritual energy was as small as a water droplet, but it was the spiritual energy of the martial spirit realm. It was also one of Lin Ling's trump cards. Without saying anything, Lin Ling punched out. "Ha, I know you're the strongest genius of the summit, but in my eyes, you're just a so-so." The black-clothed man laughed mockingly, and his palm became even more magnificent. Boom! Fist and palm collided, and the air billowed. It was as if the mountaintop had been struck by lightning. Xiao! In the next moment, a figure flew out and smashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of disbelief. This person was the black-clothed man. He said in shock, "How is this possible? You're only at the 8th stage of body transformation, how can your spiritual energy be so dense?" The rest of the Zhang clan guards also widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. An 8th stage body transformation cultivator and a 10th stage body transformation cultivator were defeated. Moreover, that 10th stage body transformation cultivator was not from the 100,000 Great Mountains, but from the even more powerful Zhang clan. This was too shocking. "I know you're a martial artist from the ancient Zhang clan, but in my eyes, you're just a so-so." Lin Ling coldly smiled, and returned the black-clothed man's words. The black-clothed man's face turned ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. He angrily shouted, "Brat, don't be too proud. I didn't use my full strength just now." "Only you didn't use your full strength?" Lin Ling calmly replied. His words made the black-clothed man feel even more humiliated. A brat who was still wet behind the ears dared to speak to him like this? I have to say, it's rare to see such a talented martial artist in the South Sea. Even in the East Court, your talent is not at the bottom. But it's useless. Our mission is to kill you. You may not be afraid of one of us, but we won't fight alone. Yes. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your bad luck. The guards coldly looked at Lin Ling. Obviously, they were planning to bully him with numbers. South Sea? East Court? Lin Ling's mind instantly formed a blueprint of the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The 100,000 great mountains he was in was part of the South Sea, and the East Court was the most powerful. It was where the 8 great ancient clans were, and there were countless martial artists there. Involuntarily, he yearned for the outside world. Bullying me with numbers is useless against me. It's your bad luck to meet me. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and laughed. Ha ha ha, with just you alone? This is the best joke I've ever heard. The guards all laughed. That young man's strength was indeed not bad. In a one-on-one fight, it might be difficult to defeat him. But in a battle of attrition and a sea of people? Could that young man withstand it? Laugh, you'll cry later. Lin Ling evilly smiled and kept the bronze sword. He then took out the soul-suppressing bell. Remember the most beautiful scene in front of you, because later, you won't have the chance to see it again. Chapter 67. Increase in Strength. Woo woo woo. The surrounding scene suddenly changed as if it was being sucked in by the soul-suppressing bell. Unknowingly, the fog became hazy and turned into a gloomy ghost forest. What's going on? This is a forest. It's so gloomy here. It's a kind of evil technique. Oh my God, there are ghosts over there. Not good. We've been brought into some kind of secret realm. Everyone be careful. Those ghosts are real, but there's only one of them. Don't worry too much. We're martial artists. Our chi and blood are vigorous. Brother. Are you sure there's only one? There's a group over there. Brother. The guards were all scared witless. They were not in the martial spirit realm, so they could do nothing about ghosts. Run. Brother. The terrifying atmosphere spread and the martial artists scattered. They all wanted to escape from the ghost forest. Unfortunately, they did not know that there was no way out of the ghost forest unless they had the soul-suppressing bell in Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling stood quietly on a big tree. His eyes were cold. Those guards wanted to kill him, so he would not give them any face. Oh right, I'm lacking cultivation pills. I'll take these people. Brother. Lin Ling's body disappeared. Not long after, in the southeast corner of the ghost forest, 3 guards walked together. Their faces were pale as they cursed their bad luck. This ghost forest is boundless. If we can't find the key, I'm afraid we'll be trapped to death. That's strange. Where's that ghost-masked youth? Why haven't I seen him after entering the ghost forest? Brother. Maybe he's dead. Brother. From the beginning to the end, they did not know that the ghost forest was brought out by Lin Ling. I'm still alive. Brother. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, a black shadow leaped over. One of the guards did not react in time and was hit by a punch. He was sent flying into the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. After sending his opponent flying with one move, Lin Ling's figure quickly disappeared. This guy is not dead yet. Brother. The remaining 2 frowned. Things happened too fast and they could not react in time. Not long after, the guards from other places also rushed over. Everyone walked towards the guard who was sent flying by Lin Ling, looking carefully, their faces turned ugly. That guard didn't seem to be dead yet, but everything on him had been taken away, including his weapon. Everyone be careful, that demon-masked youth is very vicious, he actually launched a sneak attack. A guard said solemnly. That ghost-masked youth acted very quickly, and with the advantage of the ghost forest's geography, it seems like we have to form a group of 5. Yes, we must find a way out as soon as possible. Young master is already waiting for us. If the ghost-masked youth appears again, immediately entangle him and then obliterate him. The guards came to an agreement. They formed groups of 5 and went off to find a way out. But in their hearts, they were extremely unhappy. It had to be known that they came from the Dongting ancient clan's Zhang family, and each one of them was at the 10th stage of body transformation. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, their status and strength were even higher than the strongest person in Mountain View Town, Mr. Lin. However, when they encountered a mere demon-faced youth, they had suffered defeat twice and were deeply humiliated. After the crowd left, Lin Ling appeared in the distance. His eyes were calm. In his heart, the guards of the Zhang family were like a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Then, he opened the rune pouch that he had snatched and was instantly overjoyed. There were 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills in the rune pouch. This was not a small harvest. The Zhang family is really rich. Wow! Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A single guard had 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, there really wasn't a single martial artist that could casually take out such an amount. His feet moved and Lin Ling disappeared from where he stood. With the ghost forest, the guards could not leave. They were indeed like sheep in a pen. And with the soul-suppressing bell, he could control the ghosts. He did not fear the enemy's human wave tactics. 3 days later, in the southeast corner of the ghost forest, several guards were robbed and 1 person died. 6 days later, in the northwest corner of the ghost forest, several more guards were killed. At the same time, a large group of people heard the news and rushed over. But at this time, a large number of ghosts also floated over. In the eyes of the guards, the ghost-masked youth was like the king of ghosts as he calmly left. Again and again, he plundered and attacked again and again. This caused the Zhang family guards to gnash their teeth in anger. They finally understood what Lin Ling meant when he said, "Meeting me is your bad luck." These words were true to their name. That little fox, we have all become sheep in his pen. I'm so angry. If it wasn't for the ghost forest, if it wasn't for those ghosts, he would be nothing in my eyes. Yes. Isn't that right, a sneak attack? There's no air of a martial artist at all. Yes. The guards were angry and furious, but there was nothing they could do. Their hearts were sullen to the extreme. Of course, while they were cursing, they did not realize that if they did not bully him with numbers, taking turns to fight him, how could Lin Ling launch a sneak attack? A month quietly passed. In the stone house, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. The surface of his body was surging with black spirit energy. Gradually, the black spirit energy on the surface of his body spiraled like a dragon. The spirit energy violently shot out and pierced the ground, creating thousands of holes in all directions. Rumble. Suddenly, the 9th black dragon appeared and spiraled around Lin Ling's body. From afar, Lin Ling looked like he was being protected by 9 black dragons. This was a sign that the 9 dragons' force was close to mastery, and also a sign that he had reached the 9th stage of body tempering. In this month, Lin Ling had continuously plundered cultivation resources. He had snatched over 200 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, allowing him to finally reach the 9th stage of body tempering. At the same time, he was constantly fighting with the guards. Once he stepped into the 9th stage of body tempering, his realm was extremely stable. It could be said that in the 9th stage of body tempering of the ancient face sect, no one could compare to him in terms of battle experience. Who? Opening his eyes, Lin Ling let out a long breath. The stone wall not far away from him cracked under the force of his breath. 9th stage of body tempering, unless it is a martial spirit realm expert, no one can be my opponent. Who? Lin Ling's eyes emitted confidence. He stood up and left the stone house. Not long after, he appeared in the ghost forest. At the same time, the guards saw Lin Ling and their expressions became complicated. It was not that they were afraid of Lin Ling, but that in this month, the guards had been tortured too much. One move to send a person flying, steal things and then run. If you chased, a large number of ghosts would come. This kind of life had lasted for a month. It was simply like hell. This time, you actually appeared in broad daylight? Yes. More and more guards gathered, all of them coldly looking at Lin Ling, ghost-masked youth. We have all gathered here. This time, even if you grow wings, you will not be able to escape. Yes. One of the guards coldly shouted. He could still be considered calm. He knew that although the ghost forest was strange, it was definitely related to the ghost-masked youth. If he did not kill the ghost-masked youth, he might not be able to leave in this life. Now that everyone had gathered together, killing the ghost-masked youth would not be difficult. I have no enmity with you in the past, nor do I have any grievances with you. Are you still sure you want to kill me? Yes. Under the pitch-black mask, Lin Ling indifferently said. Of course, we are the guards of the Zhang family. You are just a country bumpkin. Do you think we will give you face? The guard leader coldly said. He secretly waved his right hand and all the guards surrounded Lin Ling, not giving him any chance to escape. Chapter 68. Battle of the Strong. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and calmly said, how people treat me is how I treat them. Some of you do not wish to be my enemy and are only following orders. Therefore, I will give you two choices. 1. Surrender and beg for mercy and I will let you go. 2. Defeat me and you can leave. Yes. As soon as these words were spoken, all the guards looked at each other. But soon, laughter filled the air. Surrender and beg for mercy? Who do you think you are? We are the guards of the ancient Zhang family. Do you think we will beg for mercy from a country bumpkin like you? Ha. Ha, I know you are strong and can fight with someone at the 10th stage of body transformation. But if you are not at the 10th stage of body transformation, then you may not have such strength. Yes. I forgot to tell you. Our guard leader is not at the 10th stage of body transformation. Yes. Hearing these words, Lin Ling shook his head. He had already given them a chance. If they did not cherish it, then they could not blame him. He lightly said, since it is like this, then you can take turns to fight me one-on-one. Yes. As soon as his words fell, all the guards were stunned. Indeed, this ghost-masked youth was strong, but he could only barely defeat someone at the 10th stage of body transformation. But now, this ghost-masked youth not only dared to challenge the guard leader, but was also not afraid of taking turns to fight him. This was simply crazy. The guard leader laughed loudly. It seems like you do not recognize reality. The martial artists of East Court are not something you can imagine. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, ready to kill the ghost-masked youth. The other guards sneered and surrounded Lin Ling, not allowing him to escape. I can become the guard leader because I have the gold spirit body. Moreover, the ancient Zhang family taught me a 5th grade cultivation method. A 5th grade cultivation method is something you will never see in your life. Yes. The guard leader's body shined with a golden light. No one dared to look directly at him. A long spear appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it suddenly shot towards Lin Ling like a beam of light. This speed, this sharpness, it was absolutely faster than Shiminjian's sword. It was even more terrifying. It has appeared. The Yang Void Spear, as fast as thunder, as powerful as thunder. Yes. Guard leader, kill him in one move. Yes. The surrounding guards cheered, their eyes filled with respect. Strong. Lin Ling nodded secretly. The strength of the guards from the Zhang family of the ancient race was not something that the warriors of the 100,000 mountains could compare to. However, if it was not long ago, Lin Ling might not have been able to defeat them. Let's try my new trick, then. Within his dantian, the black water droplet suddenly began to flow, turning into a powerful spiritual energy that poured into Lin Ling's right arm, forming a pitch-black sphere in his palm. On the surface of the sphere, 9 black dragons roared. This was the tyrant dragon seal. What was different from before was that this was performed with the black water droplet as the foundation, and the black water droplet was the liquefied spiritual energy, a power that only the martial spirit realm possessed. What a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation. Since it's like this move will be called 9 dragons contend for hegemony. Lin Ling struck out with his palm. Rumble. The black ball of light grew in size, and in the next moment, it turned into 9 black dragons as thick as water buckets. They rushed out of Lin Ling's palm and headed straight for the leader's bodyguard. From afar, it looked like 9 dragons breaking through the sky. It was a shocking sight. What? The attack broke out of the body? How is that possible? That's the symbol of the martial spirit realm. The faces of the surrounding bodyguards changed. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. This ghost-masked youth was only at the 9th level of the body transformation stage, but he was able to make the attack break out of his body. Could it be that he had liquefied the spiritual energy in his body? Unfortunately, Lin Ling would not answer him. What answered him were the 9 roaring black dragons. Rumble. The black dragons roared and wreaked havoc. The golden spear in the leader's hand instantly disintegrated, but the black dragons did not stop. With an unstoppable force, they smashed the leader's bodyguard into pieces. One move to defeat someone at the 10th level of the body transformation stage. Moreover, this was not an ordinary martial artist at the 10th level of the body transformation stage. In the ghost forest, there was complete silence. Everyone's faces turned pale. They came from the ancient Zhang family and were proud and arrogant. They thought that the ghost-masked youth was only SOSO except for his sneak attacks. However, the ghost-masked youth used his powerful strength to let them know that the ancient Zhang family was only SOSO. Not long ago, he could barely defeat someone at the 10th level of the body transformation stage, but now he can easily defeat them. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in the hearts of all the bodyguards. In a short month, this ghost-masked youth had grown. He was no longer their opponent and once again easily suppressed them. This talent, this speed was terrifying. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking and was not interested in knowing. He lightly swept his eyes over them and turned to leave. Wait, you want to leave here? Please take us with you. Yes. The bodyguards were startled and someone hurriedly said. They no longer had their arrogant attitude. Their eyes were full of reverence. Even if they fought a sea of people, they did not have the confidence to defeat this youth. I gave you a choice, but you chose the wrong path. Now, it's too late. Yes. Lin Ling lightly shook his head and his body disappeared. The bodyguards' faces turned pale. Their hearts were suddenly filled with deep regret. They knew that the ghost-masked youth had given them a chance, but they had believed in their own strength too much. And with this wrong choice, perhaps it would be difficult for them to leave the ghost forest in this lifetime. Lin Ling disappeared on the spot and quickly left the haunted woods in another direction. With my current strength, becoming a core disciple of the Gu Yen sect is not difficult. I can return to the Gu Yen sect. Yes. Along the way, Lin Ling's eyes exuded confidence. Half a year ago, Elder Xin Hai coveted his Alcade Peak and sect leader Mo Jingtian looked down on him and his disciple. Now, he could let them know that without his, Lin Ling's, permission, no one could pass Alcade Peak. Even if Lin Ling did not want Alcade Peak, it was Lin Ling himself who did not want it. This was a kind of attitude. For example, you all want what I have, but I will not give it to you. I would rather throw it away than fulfill your wish. Rumble. At this moment, a violent explosion came from the top of the mountain, causing Lin Ling to stop in his tracks. Looking back, his expression changed. He saw that in the direction of the central tower, the sound of battle was deafening. Moreover, flames soared to the sky. Obviously, someone had gone to the tomb. Young Master Zhang's goal is the tomb. That should be him. I have no enmity with this young Master Zhang, but because I refused to join him, he sent people to kill me. Then, let me see what kind of trick he is playing. Humph. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then turned around and ran towards the tomb. Rumble. Over there, the battle had already begun. The wind and clouds were surging. Linli, I know that the outer clan disciples of the ancient Lin clan are all outside training and learning martial arts before the age of 16. After 16, they are brought back to the ancient clan to be nurtured. Your goal in the 100,000 mountains should be to find the bloodline of the ancient Lin clan. But why did you come to my Zhang clan's tomb? Roar. On the top of the mountain, a youth shouted with a ferocious expression. He was Zhang Jiuyun. Huh, little brat, you dare to talk to me like this? Your goal in the 100,000 mountains is to subdue the 4 great sections. Then why did you come to this tomb? Don't tell me you won't even let go of the tomb of your ancestors. Roar. A hearty laugh came from the sky. It came from a burly middle-aged man. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyebrows were like knives. He stood quietly in the air with an unparalleled domineering aura. Chapter 69. The Sword of Brilliance Resurgence. Linli, if you want the 4 great sects of the 100,000 mountains, my Zhang clan can give them to you. Just hurry up and leave. Zhang Jiuyun's voice rang out. He seemed to be very afraid of this middle-aged man. Just a puny little sect. Why would I want it? Linli didn't seem to care at all. His words caused Zhang Jiuyun's face to turn even uglier. Since that's the case, Uncle Dao Xian, Biyao, kill him. Bang! Following Zhang Jiuyun's furious roar, 2 figures shot towards Linli in midair. In the next moment, the battle erupted once more. From far away, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. In his eyes, this middle-aged man was extremely powerful. His entire body was covered in flames, and even the clouds in the sky were burning. And that sort of courage, to be able to fight 2 people in a row with such ease, made Lin Ling feel a sense of yearning. When would he have this kind of strength? What was even more shocking was that this middle-aged man's flame energy was somewhat similar to his own. Only, the color of the flame was different. His flame was yellow, while the middle-aged man's was red. Who? Bang! Lin Ling's stealthy appearance was quickly noticed by Zhang Jiuyun. When he saw Lin Ling, his face immediately turned ugly. Demon Mask Youth, fuck off. I don't have time to deal with you. Bang! Zhang Jiuyun clearly didn't care about Lin Ling at all. His gaze continued to sweep the area, as though waiting for his guards to arrive. But for some reason, after waiting for so long, none of his guards appeared. You're looking for subordinates, right? Too bad, they won't be coming. Bang! Lin Ling laughed loudly. He knew what Zhang Jiuyun was up to. His words caused Zhang Jiuyun's face to change. He vaguely guessed what was going on, and couldn't help but grow even more furious. It was precisely because his guards hadn't come that he allowed Linli to act so arrogantly in front of him. Otherwise, with those guards present, he would have already obtained the treasures in the tomb. Oh, it's you? Huh, Ling, I didn't expect to see you here. Bang! In the sky, Linli punched out, his fists roaring. At the same time, when he saw Lin Ling, he was overjoyed. After the incident at the Genius Summit, he knew that the ghost-masked youth was one of the descendants of the ancient clans Lin Ling in the Grand Myriad Mountains. However, Lin Ling had disappeared too quickly after the Genius Summit, so he hadn't been able to find him. Lin Ling was a little puzzled. That middle-aged man seemed to know him. I know you have a lot of questions right now, but it's not convenient for me to talk about it. Take this. This Sword of Brilliance Resurgence was obtained from the tomb. It's a gift from 14th Uncle. In midair, Linli let out a loud laugh. With a flick of his right hand, a sword landed in front of Lin Ling. However, let's see if you can pick up this sword. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That middle-aged man gave him a treasure as soon as they met. How forthright. He didn't try to be pretentious and wanted to pick up the large sword in front of him. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This sword was like his big bronze sword, but the body of the sword was fiery red. However, its weight was extremely terrifying. It probably weighed 30,000 caddies. One had to know that Lin Ling was only at the 9th level of body tempering and his strength was only 10,000 jin. I don't believe I can't pick up this sword. Lin Ling laughed lightly. The spiritual energy in his body surged. In the next moment, he lifted the sword. After all, he wasn't an ordinary 9th level body tempering cultivator. The spiritual energy in his body was much thicker than that of ordinary martial artists. Ha ha ha, worthy of being a descendant of my Lin family. Good job. Seeing this, Lin Li couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lin Ling also laughed towards Lin Li. Although this was the first time they met, Lin Ling's carefree and forthright attitude gave Lin Ling a good impression of him. So you're the person Lin Li was looking for. Good, today I'll kill you. Zhang Jiuyun coldly looked at Lin Ling. She didn't think that Lin Ling had this kind of identity. You don't have that kind of strength. Lin Ling calmly replied. Looking at Lin Li, he said, Uncle, thank you. However, the treasure in the tomb isn't easy to take, so you should hurry up and leave. Finished speaking, he clapped his right hand and the requiem bell appeared. He then poured his spiritual energy into it and shook it. Dang! At the same time, a cold laugh rang out from the tower. It seemed that the person in the tomb had awakened. What a powerful aura! Lin Li was the first to sense that something was wrong. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. He didn't expect that Lin Ling alone would be able to cause such a change in the boneyard. He couldn't help but laugh. No matter. I, Lin Li, have no desire for the treasure in the tomb. I just don't want the Zhang family to get it. Since I can't get it, he can't get it either. Lin Ling replied with a smile. He didn't say anything else and hurriedly left. He knew from the tomb keeper that the boneyard was a large formation called the 10,000 Ghosts Death Formation. It was set up with the lives of 10,000 people. Its purpose was to allow the tomb owner to be reborn after death. The requiem bell also had the power to awaken the person in the tomb. This awakening was a great omen. That was why Lin Ling had shaken the requiem bell earlier. His goal was to prevent the young master of the Zhang family from obtaining the treasure. After all, the young master of the Zhang family was high and mighty. If he didn't agree with him, he would take his life. Since that was the case, Lin Ling wouldn't let him have an easy time. Zhang Jiuyun, you didn't expect that you would lose to my Ling, right? Ha, good. I won't accompany you anymore. Lin Li gloated as he left behind these words. His body also disappeared. Soon, only Zhang Jiuyun and a few others were left on the mountain peak. At this moment, Zhang Jiuyun's face was extremely ugly. He was somewhat reluctant to part with the treasure in the tomb, but the aura in the tomb was extremely terrifying. If he didn't leave now, it would be difficult for him to leave. It must be known that although the person in the tomb was a member of the Zhang family, he had been dead for many years. Now that he was resurrected, he was like a ghost or a demon. He wouldn't care that he was Zhang Jiuyun. Chi. At this moment, the sound of flowing water could be heard. One of Zhang Jiuyun's subordinates was strangely entangled by a black cloud. In a breath's time, he turned into a pile of white bones. His flesh and blood were all sucked away. Go! Zhang Jiuyun's face changed. He had no choice but to escape. His heart was raging with anger. Because of that ghost-masked youth, his plans were all disrupted. This trip, he returned empty-handed. Lin Ling quickly left the burial ground. Then, he first went to Mountain View Town and took off his mask. Only then did he slowly walk towards the Guyan sect. During this trip to the burial ground, he benefited greatly. Not only did his strength increase, he also obtained 2 treasures. 1. The Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill. 2. The Sword of Brilliance Resurgence. He believed that with his current strength, even the core disciples of the Guyan sect were no match for him. At that time, he would like to see what qualifications the Guyan sect leader had to look down on him. Not long after, Lin Ling appeared in the small forest east of the Guyan sect. He looked at the Guyan sect in the distance, his eyes revealing a sigh. Hee hee. Hee hee. At this moment, the sound of martial arts training came from the forest. Lin Ling looked towards the direction of the sound and couldn't help but smile. The youth practicing martial arts was actually Hu Erpang. Lin Ling. Hu Erpang also saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. In his heart, Lin Ling was different from the other disciples of the Guyan sect. He didn't bully the weak, which made him admire him greatly. Lin Ling also smiled and greeted him. Then, he went to the Guyan sect with Hu Erpang. Hu Erpang said with admiration, "Did you hear? 2 months ago, at the Mountain View Town Genius Summit, there was a genius youth who rose up and defeated many experts from various sections. He was very powerful. Now, among the younger generation of the 100,000 mountains, only that ghost-masked youth is the most outstanding." Chapter 70. Return to Guyan sect. Lin Ling was slightly surprised, and helplessly laughed. How could it be as powerful as the rumors say? You didn't go to the summit, otherwise you wouldn't say that. However, many people are curious about who that ghost-masked youth is. It is said that the sect leader is also interested in accepting that ghost-masked youth into the sect and focus on training him. Second fatty who sighed. Lin Ling lightly shook his head. If the sect leader knows who that ghost-masked youth is, he will be very disappointed. Impossible. The ghost-masked youth is such a genius. If the sect leader can accept him into Guyan sect, he will be very happy. With the ghost-masked youth, our Guyan sect will also have a bit of glory. Second fatty who still said. Not long after, the two arrived at Guyan sect's mountain gate and walked up the stairs. At this moment, many disciples were walking in an endless stream, whispering to each other and discussing spiritedly. They were all talking about the ghost-masked youth at the summit. Many disciples were full of admiration for that rising genius youth. Lin Ling's face was calm, indifferent, and still walked and talked with second fatty Hu. Lin Ling's appearance naturally attracted many people's attention. After all, Lin Ling had disappeared for half a year. I thought he ran away. I didn't think he would dare to come back. Maybe he is looking forward to the 6 Peaks competition. Humph, overestimating himself. Whether he can participate in the 6 Peaks competition is still unknown. Senior Xian Feng has been looking for him for a long time. Some disciples whispered to each other. The elders of their peaks often taught them that Lin Ling was the shame of Guyan sect and they were not allowed to be on the same team as him. Therefore, they did not put Lin Ling in their eyes. Lin Ling is back. Good, I have been waiting for him for a long time. Today, I want him to die. In the heavenly jade peak, Xian Feng was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. After hearing the news, his eyes opened, revealing a trace of killing intent. He had been crippled by Lin Ling. Fortunately, his father had spent a fortune to find the black jade essence bone pill for him, allowing his shattered bones to recover. Although his strength hadn't improved, at least he was no longer a cripple. On the other hand, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. Especially after he found out that Lin Ling had defeated the inner court disciple, Leng Yu, he was even more furious. He had become a cripple, but Lin Ling had a meteoric rise. How could he tolerate this? Now that he knew that Lin Ling had returned, he definitely had to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength was at most in the top 20 inner sect disciples. However, there were many inner sect disciples who were stronger than Leng Yu in the Merak Peak. Junior Martial Brother Xian, for you to inform me in such a hurry, could it be that the person you want to kill has returned? I'll kill that man for you. Put in a good word for me in front of your father. One by one, figures appeared in front of Xian Feng. They were his senior martial brothers. Each of them had tyrannical strength and were ranked in the top 10 of the inner court disciples. This time, they had given Xian Feng face and killed Lin Ling for him. Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. However, if you want to kill Lin Ling, you must be careful of Master Mu. Therefore, it's best to issue a life and death duel openly. Xian Feng coldly sneered. He was still somewhat afraid of the Gu Yan sect's rules. If he dares to accept the duel, he will die. Everyone nodded and followed Xian Feng out of the Merak Peak. At this moment, Lin Ling was passing by the square and was about to return to the Alcade Peak. However, the surrounding disciples were giving him strange looks, giving him a feeling that something was about to happen. Seeing this, Lin Ling coldly sneered. He didn't care about it at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Lin Ling, you're back. Senior Marshal Brother Xian has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the crowd in the square was separated. A young man with several people strode over. If it wasn't Xian Feng, who else could it be? Seeing Senior Marshal Brother Xian, not saluting, is your Alcade Peak so rude? A moment later, Xian Feng stopped walking. He crossed his arms and indifferently stared at Lin Ling. His attitude was high and mighty. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling. Some were rejoicing in his misfortune, while others sighed and shook their heads. Lin Ling had defeated Xian Feng in the inner sect assessment. In reality, it was the same as provoking Xian Feng. Although Elder Xian Hai would not easily make a move against Lin Ling due to his status, Xian Feng might not be able to swallow his anger. And with Xian Feng's status, if he deliberately made things difficult for Lin Ling might not be able to do anything. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Ling indifferently stared at Xian Feng. Xian Feng, I want to ask you, are you stronger, or am I stronger? What do you mean by that? I know you defeated me in the inner sect assessment, but that was in the past. It doesn't mean it will be in the future. Xian Feng's face was a bit ugly. As soon as he appeared, he wanted to show off his strength. Originally, he wanted to vent his anger, but Lin Ling's words hit his sore spot. In that battle, he, Xian Feng, had lost all face and became a cripple. Lin Ling coldly laughed, let's not talk about the future. Right now, your strength is lower than mine. Seeing me, can you call yourself Senior Marshal Brother? In Gu Yan's sect, strength was respected. Although Lin Ling and Xian Feng entered the inner sect at the same time, Lin Ling defeated Xian Feng. This was something everyone knew, so according to seniority, Lin Ling was the Senior Marshal Brother. Seeing your Senior Marshal Brother, not saluting, is your Merak Peak so rude? Lin Ling took a step forward, extremely powerful. The surrounding people's faces were strange. Some people secretly laughed. Xian Feng wanted to be high and mighty and make Lin Ling salute, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling had defeated him before, so his seniority was higher than his. In front of everyone's eyes, Xian Feng didn't salute. This meant that their Merak Peak didn't understand etiquette. Not only did they lose Xian Feng's face, they also lost Elder Xian Hai's face. Right now, Xian Feng had smashed his own foot with a rock. You. Xian Feng's face was ashen, but everyone was watching. He could only bow and salute, Senior Marshal Brother Lin. Senior Marshal Brother Lin. This salute, to him, was a thick humiliation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even respond to his salute. Like a real Senior Marshal Brother, he didn't put Xian Feng in his eyes. Xian Feng was so angry that he couldn't speak. Lin Ling's arrogance made the crowd whisper, so domineering. Senior Marshal Brother Xian saluted, but he didn't even respond. Compared to Senior Marshal Brother Xian, Lin Ling was more like a Senior Marshal Brother. Sigh. Beside Lin Ling, second fatty who didn't dare to say a word. However, all the gazes fell on Lin Ling. Even he felt that Lin Ling's demeanor had increased, making him feel quite proud. It had to be said that the current Lin Ling did indeed have the demeanor of a Senior Marshal Brother, making people feel reverence. At the same time, the scene in the square was being watched from afar. Those people were the inner court disciples ranked first and second. Their faces were calm, but they were interested. and Yue was also among them. That little guy is indeed higher in seniority than Xian Feng, but Xian Feng is the son of an elder. He offended Xian Feng like this, so he'll definitely suffer later. Sometimes, it's better not to be too frivolous. A white-clothed youth laughed. He was the inner court disciple ranked second, Ning Fei. Right now, it's Xian Feng who provoked Lin Ling. Lin Ling is only retaliating. Xian Feng is losing face. And Yue said indifferently. Her words made the other inner court disciples stunned. They didn't expect that Yue would speak for Lin Ling. They couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy in their hearts. However, they didn't say much. They looked at Lin Ling with schadenfreude. They knew that Xian Feng wouldn't let Lin Ling off. At this moment in the square, Xian Feng felt that many people were laughing at him. This made him look at Lin Ling with even more killing intent. Chapter 71. A Battle of Honor. It's Ting Yunlong, the 11th inner disciple. Ah! The crowd exclaimed when they saw the young man. What does it have to do with you? Are you Xian Feng's dog? Lin Ling remained indifferent and spoke indifferently. That one sentence caused Ting Yunlong to frown. Ting Yunlong did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, daring to speak to him in such a manner and even mocking him as a dog. You have guts. Looks like we need to exchange pointers. Humph. Ting Yunlong's voice was low, his words filled with anger. Exchange pointers? Humph. Lin Ling smiled faintly, suddenly understanding Xian Feng's purpose. He must be using the martial arts competition as an excuse to take his life. What? Such a frivolous attitude, but no guts? Humph. Seeing Lin Ling smiling and not daring to speak, Ting Yunlong couldn't help but mock. You think too highly of yourself. With just you, I'm not a coward. I'm just thinking that you alone are too few. Why don't Xian Feng and his senior brother come up as well and have a life and death battle? Lin Ling chuckled, his words were extremely heroic. The moment his words came out, the entire square was shocked. Not only did Lin Ling accept the challenge, but he also challenged several people at the same time. This was simply crazy. Xian Feng, Ting Yunlong, and the rest were stunned, then laughed disdainfully. They knew that Lin Ling could defeat Lin Yu, but how could Lin Yu compare to them? Could it be that this guy was courting death? Why don't you dare? Humph. Lin Ling calmly asked. This was not the first time he came to this world. Last time, he spared Xian Feng's life, but Xian Feng did not know how to cherish it. Now that he came to provoke him, he would take that life back. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll agree on their behalf, including me. There are 6 people. Xian Feng coldly snorted, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned around and left, causing Xian Feng to be puzzled. Where are you going? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Humph. See you on the life and death stage. Humph. Lin Ling left behind these words, carried his great sword, and headed towards the life and death arena. That boldness and decisiveness caused everyone in the square to suck in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Senior Marshal Brother Tang, I will also go on stage in a moment, but please make sure to kill Lin Ling. Xian Feng looked at the senior brothers and said. The senior brothers all nodded indifferently, not putting Lin Ling in their eyes at all. They thought that Lin Ling's confidence was too inflated. A group of people walked towards the life and death arena. That was where the inner disciple examination was held. Many disciples had heard the news and came to watch the battle. Interesting, one person challenging 6 people. Other than Xian Feng, the other 5 are all ranked in the top 20. Ting Yunlong is even ranked 11th. That Lin Ling is too arrogant, he's dead for sure. Ning Fei looked at the crowd and laughed disdainfully. And Yue looked at him indifferently. That's not necessarily true. She was very clear about Lin Ling's strength. Previously, Even Tai Mo was not Lin Ling's opponent. Just 5 inner disciple, what did Lin Ling have to fear? At this moment, in a corridor not far from the life and death arena, a few figures were walking and chatting. They were the important figures of the Gu Yen sect. It's said that the ghost-masked young man does not belong to any sect. If he can join our Gu Yen sect, our Gu Yen sect will definitely become stronger. Sect leader Mo Jingtian said with anticipation. He had also heard of the ghost-masked young man's name, and his heart was immediately filled with admiration. No, he has disappeared without a trace. One of the elders replied. Sigh. Mo Jingtian sighed. Such a genius, I'm afraid he has already been snatched away by other sections. Unfortunately, if he is recruited by our Gu Yen sect, I will accept him as my last disciple. Yes. Sect leader, rest assured. Until now, the other 3 sects have not received any news about the ghost-masked young man, so our Gu Yen sect still has hope. Elder Xian Hai said with a smile. Hearing this, Mo Jingtian nodded, and the anticipation in his heart grew stronger. Then, the few of them talked about the young master of the Zhang clan. What made them feel strange was that until now, the young master of the Zhang clan had already gone to the other 3 sects, but not their Gu Yen sect. This made them a little puzzled. In fact, Mo Jingtian did not know that in Zhang Jiuyuan's heart, the Gu Yen sect had already changed hands. Suddenly, an elder asked curiously, these disciples are not cultivating, but gathering at the life and death arena. What are they doing? Looks like a disciple has issued a life and death challenge, and with so many disciples watching, the strength of both sides must not be weak. Let's go and take a look. Mo Jingtian nodded and led the elders to the life and death arena. At this moment, the surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with people. When Mo Jingtian and the others arrived, they were secretly surprised. The Alcade Peak's Lin Ling, who had disappeared for half a year, had returned. But the moment he returned, he challenged 6 people, and 5 of them were inner disciple experts. This made them feel that Lin Ling was simply courting death. A life and death challenge, he really dared to accept it. I know he defeated Lang Yu, but does he think he can do whatever he wants with that? Elder Xian Hai sneered, his laughter was filled with killing intent. He looked at Mo Jingtian again. Sect leader, if Lin Ling dies in this battle, Master Mu won't blame us, right? Mo Jingtian stared indifferently at Lin Ling, who was on the battle arena, with disdain in his eyes. Last time, Lin Ling did not give him face in front of everyone, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. A mere disciple dared to question the sect leader, so he shook his head and said, he accepted it himself, he can't blame others for his death. Elder Xian Hai smiled and nodded. If that's the case, then during the life and death challenge, Master Mu better not interrupt at the crucial moment. Don't worry, I, Master Mu, am not as shameless as a certain someone. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Elder Xian Hai. If it was not Master Mu, who else could it be? Seeing this, Elder Xian Hai stroked his beard and did not say anything else. At this moment, around the battle arena, voices of discussion could be heard. Lin Ling's strength is not bad, but this time, he wants to challenge Ting Yunlong. Does he want to take over Ting Yunlong's position? Impossible, not to mention Ting Yunlong, Lin Ling is not a match for the rest of the people on the battle arena. That's right, it's only been half a year, Lin Ling is at most at the peak of the 6th level of body tempering. The surrounding voices did not affect the battle arena. Xian Feng sneered at Lin Ling, as if mocking Lin Ling for not knowing that a disaster was about to befall him. Do you know who they are? Let me tell you, he is Senior Ting Yunlong, ranked 11th among the inner disciples. The rest are ranked 15th and 16th. Do you regret going up on the battle arena now? However, Lin Ling was indifferent to Xian Feng's words. Are you done? Within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, all of you will die. At this moment, the battle arena was once again in an uproar. Everyone thought that Lin Ling did not know the opponent's strength, which was why he dared to accept the challenge. But now, Even though he knew the opponent was strong, he was still arrogant and fearless. This Lin Ling was hard to imagine. Junior brother, I can be considered easy to talk to among the inner disciples. If you offended junior brother Xian, just apologize and the matter will be over. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Chapter 72. The Return of the King. Me? Aggressive? You should know that last time I spared his life, but this time he came looking for me himself. Lin Ling sneered. The disciple shook his head. That's because you didn't apologize, not sincere enough. Apologize? What did I do wrong? He wanted to kill me, I spared his life, and I even had to apologize afterwards. Is this your so-called reason? Lin Ling coldly snorted. These people had come to bully him because they were stronger, and now they were trying to reason with him, as if they were the ones in the wrong. Spare people where possible, the disciple continued, his face full of righteousness. However, Lin Ling quickly interrupted him. I know you're saying so much because you want to see me regret, then kneel down and beg for mercy. But in the end, you still want to kill me, so let's cut the crap. Xian Feng must die, and since you dared to come, you must also die. Die. You. Die. The disciple was enraged. Indeed, he was the type of person who hid a knife behind a smile. He had to kill Lin Ling no matter what, but before he killed him, he wanted to play with him and make him regret his actions. That was obviously more satisfying. But he hadn't expected that Lin Ling wouldn't fall for it. Not only did he want to kill Xian Feng, he also wanted to kill him. Junior brother Yang, why waste words with him? Just kill him. I need to seize the time to cultivate. Which one of you wants to go first? Ting Yunlong suggested. Several people smiled faintly, not putting Lin Ling in their eyes at all. However, none of them made the first move because they disdained him. Then I'll go first. Although an ant is weak, if I don't kill it, it's just a waste of time. Die. Seeing this, Ting Yunlong sighed and shook his head. He took a step forward, and at the same time, a layer of cloud-like stellar energy appeared around him. He had the cloud spirit body. I'm a sword cultivator, and I cultivate the clear cloud sword. I have the might of a cloud dragon. Before I die, I'll let you see my stunning sword, so that you won't die in vain. Die. Shua. His sword was different from Shiminjian's. It gave people a feeling of riding the clouds, like a dragon galloping through the clouds. With a thrust of his sword, the wind and clouds surged. It's here. The clear cloud sword's martial arts, Cloud Dragon Sword. Back then, senior brother Ting used this sword to defeat many of the three great sects' inner court disciples and obtained the title of Cloud Dragon. Many disciples cried out in surprise, their eyes filled with reverence. Whoosh! The sword light instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling, like a graceful sword strike. However, in terms of swordsmanship, how could Ting Yunlong compare to Shi Menjian? Obviously, that was impossible. Although the ants are weak, if I don't kill them, it will be a waste of time. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He pulled out his right hand and the bronze greatsword appeared. He was too lazy to even use the Brilliance Resurgence sword because the other party wasn't qualified for him to use it. Furthermore, he didn't use any martial arts and just used his strength to suppress the other party. Because he was at the 9th level of physique tempering. Boom! The bronze greatsword slashed out. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Ting Yunlong's sword shattered. His eyes widened. Everything had happened too quickly and he couldn't react in time. He could only see the bronze greatsword transform into a black dragon and instantly crush him. Whoosh! With a sweep of the sword, Ting Yunlong was dead. Plop! After his body fell, the entire square was silent. Terrifying. One had to know that Ting Yunlong was at the peak of the 8th stage of body tempering and was ranked 11th among the inner disciples. He had countless battle experience and was highly valued by the elders of the Guyan sect. However, he was killed in a single move. Moreover, the person who killed him was the former trash of Alcade Peak, Lin Ling, who was only at the 6th stage of body tempering half a year ago. This huge contrast caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe their eyes. In just half a year, Lin Ling's strength had increased by so much. This must be a fluke. In half a year, he was at most at the 7th stage of body tempering. Elder Xian Hai's expression was solemn, but he couldn't believe his own eyes. Beside him, Mo Jingtian frowned and didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't believe it either. How is this possible? This is fake. Everyone, join hands and kill him. On the battle stage, Xian Feng was also shocked. However, he couldn't believe that Lin Ling had surpassed him by so much. Therefore, he was filled with killing intent. The surrounding crowd recovered from their shock. Now that Lin Ling wanted to fight the four of them, they would know if this was true. I said before, you only have an incense stick of time. You all should cherish this world. Lin Ling ignored Xian Feng's shock. Holding the bronze sword, he walked forward step by step. Deliberately mystifying. I want to see if a junior who was only at the 6th stage of body tempering half a year ago has the qualifications to be arrogant. Take my palm, 8 elephant divine palm. The remaining 4 inner disciples attacked one after another, and at the same time, they used their strongest skills. Weak, too weak. With this little strength, you dare to stand up for others and try to kill me? Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. These arrogant inner disciples were not as strong as Tai Mo and the others, yet they dared to be arrogant. Swish. He slashed out with his sword. There was nothing fancy about it, only vigorous strength. Cha. The person on the left used a martial art. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was rending. However, when it met Lin Ling's sword, everything turned to ashes, and the result was death. The person on the right used a speed martial art and wandered around the battle stage. However, Lin Ling took a step forward and instantly caught up. He slashed out with his sword, death. The person behind him tried to sneak attack. Lin Ling didn't even look at him and took the blow. However, he was safe and sound. He turned around and punched out with his fist, death. In just a few breaths of time, 3 of the inner disciples who thought they were extraordinary died. Moreover, they were crushed without any strength to fight back. Lin Ling was showing them whether or not he was lucky. At the same time, he was telling them whether or not they had the qualifications to be arrogant in front of him. They had the qualifications to casually take his life. The disciples around the square were already completely numb. They were even completely dumbfounded. Lin Ling was too strong. In their eyes, it was like a dream. It was as if a king had returned and swept through everything. Your strength is already ranked in the top 10 of the inner disciples. I surrender. The remaining inner disciple was so scared that his legs went soft. He directly knelt down. He was not an idiot. Lin Ling easily defeated the other experts. This strength was not an undeserved reputation. How could he be his opponent? If you were stronger than me and I surrendered, would you let me go? Yes. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He walked forward step by step. The disciple was speechless. He already knew the answer in his heart. If he was stronger than Lin Ling, how could he let Lin Ling go? You are the senior brother who made me regret and even apologize. Do you regret it now? Lin Ling asked again. This sentence made the inner disciple even more speechless. How could he not regret it? If he knew that Lin Ling was so strong, he would never have gone up. He regretted it to death. I am different from you. You like to hear your opponent apologize and regret, but I don't. So, die. Yes. There was no mercy. Lin Ling was too soft-hearted, so his sword was extremely decisive. Shwa. A sword slash. At this point, the 5 inner disciples who wanted to take Lin Ling's life were all killed. It's your turn. Go. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Xian Feng. Xian Feng's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He never thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. He simply couldn't compare. Chapter 73. Six Peaks Grand Competition. You can't kill me. My father is Elder Xian Hai. Xian Feng said anxiously. Lin Ling shook his head. So what? Humph. Lin Ling's words made the crowd speechless. Lin Ling's attitude had made it clear that he would not kill Xian Feng today to settle their grudge. You dare. Humph. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. It was Elder Xian Hai. Why wouldn't I dare? Humph. Lin Ling took a step forward. Not only did he not hesitate, he was even more decisive. His sword came out, and his head fell. Xian Feng's eyes were wide open. Before he died, he could only feel the world spinning around him. He could only see his own body as his head fell off. However, there was a thought in his mind. If he didn't provoke Lin Ling again, then with his bones recovering, he might be able to make a name for himself in the future. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Ah. Feng. Humph. Elder Xian Hai shouted. His eyes were red. He never thought that Lin Ling would dare to kill his son. His son died in front of him just like that. In this life and death battle, he wanted to see Lin Ling die. Elder Xian Hai, this is a life and death battle. Humph. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded in his ears. It was Master Mu who spoke. Earlier, Elder Xian Hai was afraid that Master Mu would interrupt the life and death battle, so he specifically said that outsiders could not interfere. Now, Master Mu naturally reiterated this point. He killed my son, so what if it's a life and death battle? Elder Xian Hai roared hysterically. Elder Xian Hai, the sect rules cannot be broken. Humph. Sect leader Mo Jingtian also spoke. He was not helping Lin Ling, but in this situation, Elder Xian Hai did not have the right to speak. If he took action, Gu Yan's sect's rules would be destroyed in front of so many disciples. Moreover, Master Mu would not let this matter go. Sect leader, Elder Xian Hai gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stare coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling remained indifferent. Elder Xian Hai had long been his enemy. In the future, he would definitely kill him, so what was there to be afraid of? Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Lin Ling floated down the martial stage and left step by step. His back was a little lonely and did not fit in with the surrounding disciples. However, he was extremely arrogant. Everyone stared at his back and for a moment, ripples appeared in their hearts. Today, Xian Feng originally wanted to use the opportunity of the life and death battle to kill Lin Ling. Who would have thought that they would be completely annihilated and even let Lin Ling use this battle to once again become famous in Gu Yan's sect? His strength has increased very quickly. He should have reached the 9th stage of body transformation. In just half a year, such talent is truly rare. Mo Jingtian said with a complicated expression as he stared at Lin Ling's back. Master Mu faintly smiles. Jingtian, do you regret it? These words made Mo Jingtian's face turn gloomy. During the inner disciple assessment, he had given up on Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was using his strength to tell him that in Gu Yan's sect, who could be compared to him, Lin Ling? This was like a slap to Mo Jingtian's face. However, even though Mo Jingtian was shocked, he would not admit it. He snorted, he is only at the 9th stage of body transformation. There are many in Gu Yan's sect. If he can become a core disciple, then I will lose. Then you shall wait quietly. Master Mu shook his head and turned to leave. Mo Jingtian smiled disdainfully. The the rise of a genius does not depend on the increase of his strength, but on his combat power. Therefore, I, Mo Jingtian, will wait. Around the square, the crowd gradually dispersed. Among them, Fatty Hu did not leave. He stood at the same spot and was suddenly overjoyed. Lin Ling was so strong. With his relationship with Lin Ling, no one in Gu Yan's sect would dare to bully him in the future. While he was overjoyed, he also sighed. When he went to Mountain View Town with Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. Now, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Of course, he was not the only one who was sighing. Far away, there was another youth who was also pale. It was Zhao Shanhe. On the other hand, the top inner disciples such as Ning Fei and the rest had a serious look on their faces. Although they still did not take Lin Ling seriously, they had to admit that Lin Ling's rise had indeed made them feel pressured. After all, Lin Ling was only 15 years old. The grand competition of the 6 Peaks is coming. I hope I can meet him. Xiao Lin, who was ranked 3rd among the inner disciples, said lightly. His words were full of confidence. Ning Fei also nodded. In the future, he may not be worse than us. However, at present, he is still not our opponent. If he wants to become a core disciple, besides us, there is still Nu Ba, the strongest obstacle. He can't become a core disciple. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate him. Anyway, I think highly of him. Beside them, Anuer smiled. Her smile was like a spring breeze, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were stunned for a moment. However, when they thought that this iceberg beauty was speaking for Lin Ling, they suddenly became jealous. When Lin Ling returned to Alcade Peak, Yu Yu heard the news and hurried over. During this time, Yu Yu had not left Alcade Peak. She took care of Hua Leitang every day and worried about Lin Ling at the same time. Therefore, when she saw Lin Ling, her big eyes suddenly became wet. However, she did not say much and only touched Lin Ling's face with her small hands. As long as you and Master are here, I will definitely come back. Lin Ling smiled, revealing his white teeth. This little girl was his family in this world and he especially cherished her. Only in front of this little girl would he reveal the cheerfulness of a young man. Yes. Yu Yu nodded. She did not speak much and gave off a gentle and cute feeling. At that moment, with the help of Lin Ling, she changed into a clean dress and dressed up slightly. She looked as cute as a porcelain doll. The two of them walked towards Hua Leitang's place. A moment later, in Hua Leitang's room, Lin Ling looked at the man on the bed and his expression changed slightly. When he thought of this man protecting him with his life, his eyes became firm. Master, I will protect Alcade Peak for you. This is a promise between men. I will definitely become a core disciple. Right now, he was waiting for the grand competition of the 6 Peaks. The days passed slowly and Lin Ling returned. He was not as high profile as everyone imagined. Instead, he kept a low profile and did not leave Alcade Peak. That day, the grand competition of the 6 Peaks officially began. The entire Alcade Peak was bustling with noise and excitement. All the disciples had trained hard for a year just for this moment. At this time, the inner sect disciples would be ranked again. Some would rise and some would fall. At this time, the top inner sect disciples would compete for the position of core disciple, hoping to be the best. Lin Ling was ready to go and walk down from Alcade Peak. His purpose for this trip was to become a core disciple. The first to begin was the battle for the position of core disciple in the grand competition of the 6 Peaks. All the inner sect disciples could participate. Currently, there are 4 core disciples in Gu Yan's sect. They are like the kings of the world. However, I heard that Nu Ba has a high chance of becoming a core disciple this time. Yes, Nu Ba is the #1 inner sect disciple after all. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin are not weak either. Chapter 74. Home gate. There was a high platform in the square where the big shots of the Gu Yen sect were seated. They were watching the grand competition of the 6 peaks calmly. Elder Xianhai's face was ashen and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, his gaze landed on the edge of the square where a young man was walking over calmly. Lin Ling is here. I heard that he made a bet with the sect leader that he will become a core disciple in half a year's time. Yes. I have to say that his strength is indeed not bad. However, his cultivation time is too short. 1 year is not even enough for him to become an inner disciple. It will be difficult for him to become a core disciple. Yes. Yes, what a pity. Yes. The square was silent for a while. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling. After a few battles, none of the disciples dared to look down on Lin Ling. In fact, many disciples secretly admired Lin Ling. Mo Jingtian was also looking at Lin Ling. He had to say that Lin Ling had indeed surprised him. However, Lin Ling was obviously not qualified to become a core disciple. If he failed, Mo Jingtian would like to see if Lin Ling still had the right to be arrogant and question his judgment. Beside him, Elder Xianhai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, if Lin Ling failed, Arcade Peak would change owners. Hua Leitang would die, and so would Lin Ling. Of course, he did not think that Lin Ling had any hope. Lin Ling knew that the two of them were looking at him, but he did not care. The grand competition of the 6 peaks would prove everything. Mo Jingtian and Elder Xianhai would slap their own faces. The grand competition of the 6 peaks has officially begun. Currently, there are 100 inner disciples who are preparing to sign up. They will pass the home gate and the heart gate. Those who pass will be qualified to compete for the position of a core disciple. Yes. At this moment, an old man's voice was heard. It was the presiding elder. He said lightly, "Don't think that these 2 gates are easy to pass. There have been countless people who wanted to become a core disciple. However, the number of people who died in these 2 gates were also like carps crossing a river." Yes. When he said this, the disciples gasped. It seemed that these 2 gates were not easy to pass. Begin. The elder waved his right hand, and a rumbling sound could be heard from the square. The ground caved in, forming a valley. There were many stone tablets in the valley, and it was extremely mysterious. If you want to become a core disciple, your body's cultivation level must not be weak. The first test, attack. After the auditing elder spoke, a winding staircase extended into the valley like a dragon. Around the valley, the disciples watched the battle from above with excitement. After that, the inner disciples who were about to participate in the trial walked down the stairs into the valley. Lin Ling, are you confident? And Yuer followed behind Lin Ling with light steps. Although Lin Ling had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat at the Genius Summit, the difficulty of becoming a core disciple was much higher than the Genius Summit. Therefore, she didn't know if Lin Ling would be able to pass. Of course I'm confident. It shouldn't be difficult to pass this gate. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a cold snort was heard. You talk too big, be careful you don't humiliate yourself. Behind Lin Ling, a few youths walked over. The one who spoke was a black-clothed youth. He was handsome, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile that was not a smile. He was Xiao Lin, who was ranked 3rd. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ling looked at this person indifferently, frowning slightly. I know you defeated Ting Yunlong, but Ting Yunlong is only ranked 11th in the inner sect. Is that enough for you to be arrogant? Xiao Lin laughed disdainfully. He saw that Yuer and Lin Ling were very close, and he couldn't help but feel extremely jealous. Yuer was the Gu Yen sect's heavenly daughter, and the target of many young talents. Xiao Lin wasn't surprised, but he knew that he wasn't worthy of Yuer right now. However, Lin Ling was even weaker than him. What qualifications did he have for Yuer to speak for him? Xiao Lin, some people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can become a core disciple just because they have some strength. Huh, why are you talking nonsense with this kind of person? Beside Shaolin, Ning Fei also walked over with an arrogant gaze. It's not the first time the two of you have participated in the grand competition of the 6 Peaks, but you haven't become core disciples either. I don't know where you get the arrogance to lecture others. If I were you, I'd keep a low profile to avoid embarrassment. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. These two people were high and mighty last time they asked him to report his cultivation method. At that time, Lin Ling wasn't their match, but now, why would Lin Ling be afraid of them? Lin Ling's words made Ning Fei and Shaolin frown slightly. They thought that Lin Ling didn't know his own limits and wanted to become a core disciple, but in reality, they weren't core disciples either. Since they weren't core disciples, what qualifications did they have to lecture others? Then I'll wait and see how far you, Lin Ling, can go. Ning Fei snorted coldly. Lin Ling didn't know how to conduct himself. He didn't give any face to him, who was ranked second among the inner sect disciples, which made him very uncomfortable. Lin Ling nodded lightly. Okay, then let's take the test and see the results. With that, he and Yuer strode into the valley. Ning Fei and Shaolin's expressions turned even uglier. The grand competition of the 6 Peaks hasn't started yet, but Lin Ling isn't afraid of Ning Fei. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling defeated Ting Yunlong not long ago, so they thought that Lin Ling's strength was only a so-so. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be fearless in the face of Ning Fei, who was ranked second among the inner sect disciples. That domineering aura was simply shocking. In the valley, the fog was hazy and filled with a mysterious aura. Hundreds of inner sect disciples waited quietly with solemn expressions. For the attack stage, the disciples taking the test must follow the passage to the end. Everything they encounter along the way must be destroyed one by one. Those who reach the end will pass. At that moment, the supervising elder's voice was heard. Only then did everyone see that there were 10 6-meter-wide paths in front of them. There were rocks on both sides of the paths, and it seemed that they could only pass if they followed the path to the end. Hui Lin, and Yuer, Flower Lin, Zhong Hai. Go for the test. The supervising elder's voice was heard again. The 10 people whose names were called each chose a path and prepared to pass the test. It looks easy. I will definitely pass the attack stage. The 10 inner sect disciples were all in high spirits. Begin. As the voice sounded, the 10 inner sect disciples shot into the main path. At that moment, a rumbling sound was heard. In front of the path, a 5-meter-wide black ball rolled down with a mighty aura. Child's play. One of the inner sect disciples sneered disdainfully and displayed his martial arts. Mountain suppressing palm. He slapped the black ball with his palm. However, the black ball was made of an unknown metal and was extraordinarily hard. The powerful palm only left a palm print, and the black ball continued to roll forward. Oh no! The inner sect disciple couldn't react in time and was hit by the black ball. He spat out blood and lost consciousness. The elder quickly rescued him, but at this point, the disciple had also lost his qualification. A black ball made of obsidian. Obsidian is the heaviest and hardest material. Once hit by the black ball, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. That black ball is at least 20,000 pounds. Outside the valley, the onlooking disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. The inner sect disciples taking the test in the valley were all waiting. Some of the disciples had strong attacks and broke the black ball, but they found that there was more than one black ball behind them. Some of them kept retreating, cursing their parents and running away. In the end, they were disqualified. Of course, there were also some who overestimated themselves and died under the black ball. This attack stage was indeed difficult. Are you still confident and arrogant now? Humph, if you want to become a core disciple, this stage will take your life. Chapter 75. Chapter 75 Showing off his abilities. If you don't speak, do you think you'll become mute? Lin Ling replied lazily in the face of Xiao Lin's provocation. That attitude was undoubtedly more frustrating for Xiao Lin than a fierce resistance. And Yue has passed the first stage. The other 9 have failed. At this time, the results of the first round were announced. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Out of 10 people, only 1 had passed. It seemed that becoming a core disciple was not an ordinary difficulty. Second batch, Nu Ba, Ning Fei, Xiao Lin, said the examiner. Surprisingly, there were 3 extremely strong cultivators among this batch of examinees. The crowd was filled with anticipation. A frog at the bottom of a well, let me show you my strength. Xiao Lin was full of confidence and strode into the road. Ning Fei sneered, Lin Ling, I'm going to crush your confidence now. After the 2 of them entered the middle of the road, their bodies shot forward. The black balls in front of them rolled over, and they casually threw out a punch. Bang! The black ball that weighed over 20,000 kilograms was broken by the force. That kind of strength made many people gasp. It had to be known that at the 9th stage of body transformation, a normal person would only have a strength of 9,000 genes. Even if they used martial arts, it would only be 10,000 genes. But the black ball was 20,000 genes. From this, one could see the disparity between them. However, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin still managed to break through it easily. Time passed slowly and the 2 of them successfully passed. Ning Fei broke 4 black balls, while Xiao Lin had 3. It was a record that was broken and cheered outside the valley. Nu Ba was also among this group of people. However, Nu Ba seemed to be very calm. After breaking 2 black balls with 1 punch, he increased his speed and rushed to the finish line. No one knew how strong he was. 3 people passed. Next batch, Huang Tong, Su Zijian, and Lin Ling. As the elder's voice sounded, many people looked at Lin Ling. Not long ago, Lin Ling was not afraid of Ning Fei and Xiao Lin. Now that it was his turn, would Lin Ling be able to pass? Daring to go against Ning Fei, I'm afraid he can't even break a black ball. He worshipped Ning Fei, and Lin Ling dared to provoke his idol, which made him extremely unhappy. Many of the disciples who worshipped Xiao Lin echoed the sentiment. Lin Ling slowly walked onto the main road, his eyes glimmering, 20,000 gene of obsidian. Compared to my resurgent sword, it's only 10,000 gene. However, I can still test my limits. He walked forward calmly, waiting for the obsidian to fall. While he was thinking, the other disciples had already madly rushed forward. Lin Ling slowly walked forward, undoubtedly causing many people to laugh endlessly. They thought that Lin Ling had given up on the examination and had given up on himself. You want to fight me like this? Worthy of being called a frog at the bottom of a well. The disdain in Xiao Lin and Ning Fei's eyes intensified. Rumble. At this time, the black ball in front of Lin Ling finally rolled over. In the eyes of many people, Lin Ling had no other choice but to turn around and run. If he resisted, he would die. Lin Ling was still calm and composed. His footsteps didn't speed up, and without borrowing any momentum, he punched out. Bang! With a simple punch, the 5-meter-tall giant black ball was broken. What? This scene caused many people's eyes to widen. Xiao Lin and Ning Fei frowned. Lin Ling was in the same realm as them, but they had been cultivating for more than a year at the 9th stage of body tempering and had a solid foundation. However, Lin Ling had only been cultivating for half a year, or even less than half a year. How could his attack be so strong? Bang! Lin Ling still walked forward slowly, his fists punching out calmly. With every punch, a black ball was broken by him. Looking at him, it was as if he was strolling in his own garden. 9 dragon strength had reached the 9th stage of body tempering and had already reached the extreme realm. Lin Ling's spirit chi was several times thicker than the average 9th stage of body tempering. So scary. Others are saving time and passing the examination quickly, but he is walking slowly. He has already broken 6 black balls so far. Some disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone taking the examination like Lin Ling was the first in Gu Yen's sect. In a moment, Lin Ling passed easily, breaking 7 black balls. This made him the idol of many disciples. Even among the inner disciples who were taking the examination, many of them secretly admired him. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin's faces were filled with anger. They had broken 4 and 3 black balls respectively, and were only tied with Lin Ling in total. It's just an attack test. It doesn't mean anything. The improvement of a martial artist includes speed and defense. You have to lose in the next test. Ning Fei said unwillingly. A total of 50 people passed the attack test. Soon, the speed test came up. Speed was also a part of the test that could not be underestimated. If a martial artist did not have speed, they would be a live target and would be beaten by others. The speed test was in an open space with a large number of fire feather bees flying around. The disciples taking the test were not allowed to be touched by the fire feather bees within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, or else they would fail. The fire feather bees were as fast as lightning. When they flew through the air, only a flash of fire could be seen. They were extremely fast. The difficulty of the test increased as time passed, and the number of fire feather bees increased. Ling Xiaoshan failed. Elder, I was not touched by the fire feather bees. Look at your crotch. There are burn marks there. You failed. Most of the disciples taking the test could not last for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Even if they could avoid the attacks of the fire feather bees, they could not guarantee that they would not be touched by the fire feather bees. Mystic Cloud Steps. This Yi Fan is not bad. He passed. Pass. There were disciples who were good at movement martial arts. At that moment, they displayed their strength and barely lasted for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In this test, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin did not dare to be arrogant. They would be satisfied if they could last for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Of course, they thought that if they found it difficult, Lin Ling would definitely fail. After a while, the two of them focused and finally passed the test. Next, Lin Ling. The examining elder announced the names, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. After the result of the first attack on Guanzhuiyue, he had high hopes for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Outside the valley, many voices were heard. The current Lin Ling had won their hearts. They all hoped that Lin Ling could pass the test. Looks like you are getting a lot of attention. However, if you fail, you will fall from the altar into the abyss. It will be extremely embarrassing. Yes. That's right. Speed movement martial arts are sometimes the hardest to learn. I don't believe that your speed can be compared to ours. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin laughed gloatingly. At that moment, the more attention Lin Ling received, the more unbalanced they felt. He was just a newcomer. How dare he steal their limelight? Then I'll show you what speed movement is. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and strode into the open space. He knew very well that if he wanted to become a core disciple, he had to display his strength. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he entered the open space, 3 fire feather bees shot towards him like meteors and lightning. Reverse blood technique. Yes. Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate them. He used his strongest movement martial arts and turned into an afterimage, disappearing from the spot. Buzz buzz buzz. Chapter 76. Chapter 76 Heart Pagoda. This young man's movement technique is very fast. Looks like it won't be hard to pass. The reviewing elder nodded his head in appreciation. With one look, he could tell that Lin Ling was not a newbie who had just entered the 9th level of body transformation. His foundation was extremely solid. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin's faces were a little distorted. Lin Ling's strength had once again exceeded their imagination. Buzz buzz buzz. Gradually, the 5 fire feather wasps flew out, and the area Lin Ling could dodge became smaller and smaller. However, Lin Ling's soul force was very sharp. Once those fire feather wasps got close, he would be able to detect them and avoid them. That kind of speed that seemed to be able to predict the future made the examining elder's expression even more interesting. Gradually, 10 fire feather wasps flew out. Lin Ling was still calm as before. Around the valley, cheers rang out like waves. So far, Lin Ling was the only one who was able to pass the test of speed with such ease. Although the other disciples were able to pass, they were clearly in a difficult situation. Half an hour passed quietly, but Lin Ling didn't quit. He entered a state of intoxication, and because there were more and more fire feather bees in the open space, his speed was constantly increasing. The auditing elder didn't interrupt Lin Ling either. He was in high spirits and wanted to see how many fire plume wasps Lin Ling could handle. In the open space, there were already 50 fire feather wasps. These wasps were constantly flying, drawing beautiful patterns in the air. As for the surrounding disciples, they were completely shocked. 50. It was unimaginable that Lin Ling had once again broken the speed record. 100. This kid is crazy. I really can't understand why the sect leader would give up on someone with such talent. As the number of fire feather wasps increased, the auditing elder sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no longer any space to retreat in the open space. The fire feather wasps were everywhere. But even so, Lin Ling had created a new record. Wait, look, those fire plume wasps aren't flying, they're hovering in one place. At this moment, a sharp-eyed disciple could not help but shout in shock. The fire plume bees should have occupied the entire space, but they were not flying everywhere. Instead, they were flying around in one place, forming a fire vortex. Lin Ling was standing in the distance, calm and composed. Could it be? The examining elder's eyes narrowed as he thought of a possibility. The fire feather wasp was confused by Lin Ling's speed, causing it to lose its sense of direction and unable to find any trace of Lin Ling. It's the 9 palace steps. This kind of martial art is very bewitching. Stepping on the 9 palaces, even if he is standing in front of the enemy, he still won't be able to find the enemy's tracks. This Lin Ling has cultivated a lot of speed martial arts. At this point, not only had Lin Ling successfully passed, there was no point in continuing the test. The fire plume wasp posed no threat to Lin Ling at all. Pass. As the auditing elder spoke, Lin Ling walked out step by step. The valley was completely silent. This was the first time the disciples had seen such a scene. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Ling's martial arts were mysterious. Even Mo Jingtian and Elder Xin Hai frowned slightly. They realized that Lin Ling was not an ordinary 9th level physique tempering stage. His foundation was very solid, surpassing many martial artists of the same level. On the other hand, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were speechless. They wanted to see Lin Ling embarrass himself, but who knew that Lin Ling would slap them in the face again, letting them know that their senior brother was nothing more than that. The third test, defense test. This test was relatively simple. One only had to withstand 10 attacks from the ironback ape. The strength of the ironback ape was comparable to an ordinary 9th level physique tempering stage martial artist. As long as the martial artist's cultivation method or talent was higher, it was not difficult to pass. In this test, there was nothing special about the disciples. A total of 20 people passed. Of course, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the most dazzling of the 3 tests. He had surpassed the top 3 inner disciples in the past. However, this test was only a test of the basics. It did not represent everything. Next was the test of the mind. This test, the Heart Pagoda, did not look at one's cultivation level. It looked at one's martial heart. The Heart Pagoda was divided into 9 levels. Passing the first 3 levels was considered a pass. So far, the highest record of the Heart Pagoda in the Gu Yen sect was the 6th level. The Heart Pagoda did not seem dangerous, but in reality, it was more terrifying than the original test. As the saying goes, if one's heart dies, one will die. If one's heart was not strong enough and perseverance was not good enough, many disciples had died in the Heart Pagoda. The martial heart also indicates how far one can go in the future. The core disciples of the past could reach the 6th level. Lu Ba, will surpass them and reach the 7th level. Among the 20 disciples who passed, Nu Ba had been keeping a low profile. He wore a straw hat and his eyes were bright. He did not shine in the original test because he knew that the mental state test was the most important. On the other hand, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were full of confidence. They had lost to Lin Ling before, but they were confident that they would win this test. They wanted to make Lin Ling feel ashamed. After all, they had cultivated for a longer time and their martial heart was stronger. On the other hand, Lin Ling had broken through in a short period of time. His martial heart was weak and could not withstand a single blow. Rumble. In the center of the square, the valley gradually disappeared. A simple and unadorned tower rose from the ground. The tower was majestic and ancient. Every floor of the tower had a different colored bell hanging on it. It was not to be underestimated. 20 disciples who are taking the test enter. Remember, if you can't defeat your inner demons, then give up resisting. Although giving up will cause your martial heart to suffer a setback and make your future cultivation more difficult, at least giving up will save your life. Elder. The supervising elder's voice echoed, but his gaze was mostly on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the youngest at the moment, but his talent was the one that he admired the most. If Lin Ling failed in the mental state test, he would not be surprised because Lin Ling was still young and had only cultivated for a short time. However, if Lin Ling stubbornly refused to give up, he would lose his life and waste his talent. Therefore, the supervising elder was reminding Lin Ling. Lin Ling also guessed the meaning of the elder's words. He looked at the elder with gratitude, but his expression was still firm. Although he had only been in this world for a short time, the setbacks and difficulties he had encountered were 10 times more than those of his peers. Therefore, his martial heart was not weaker than anyone else. Moreover, he had lived 2 lives and was not the 15-year-old youth he appeared to be. Inner demons? I want to see what my inner demons are. Rumble. Rumble. The ancient tower shook and the tower door gradually opened. The 20 disciples entered one after another, and Lin Ling was among them. He walked side by side with an Yuer. An Yuer gave Lin Ling an encouraging look, which made Lin Ling nod. After a while, everyone entered the tower. After entering the tower, Lin Ling found that the surroundings had changed. There were green mountains and clear waters, white clouds floating in the sky. In the distance, there were farmlands like stairs, crisscrossing, and many farmers were busy in the fields. What is this place? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. At this time, a middle-aged man's voice came from the distance. Ling, it's busy farming time, come and help. Farming? Lin Ling was even more shocked. He came to the mental realm pagoda to farm? He pondered for a moment, but could not find any clues. He could only walk towards the fields and work with the farmers. Chapter 77. A firm martial heart. The Heart Pagoda's first heart demon, the diligent demon. Martial artists are led by diligence. Without diligence, no matter how high your talent is, you won't be able to go far. The examining elder looked at the Heart Pagoda and said, "That's right, it was the diligent demon. It was used to test whether a disciple's martial heart was firm or not." In the hearts of the disciples around the square, only an incense stick of time had passed. But in the Heart Pagoda, time seemed to have passed for more than 10 years. And the disciples taking the test had to work every day. If their hearts were not calm enough, if they were lazy, they would be eliminated. Plop. Not long after, a disciple fell out of the pagoda. His face was blank. Fuck, I've been farming for more than 10 years. I can't take it anymore. He still didn't react. He thought he was still farming, but the others knew that he was eliminated. Then, another disciple fell out. Wasn't I slacking off and sleeping? Why am I out of the pagoda? Although his heart was calm, he was not diligent. He was lazy every day. This was equivalent to learning martial arts and being lazy, so he was also eliminated. And the disciples in the pagoda who were not eliminated gradually walked into the second floor of the pagoda. Obviously, they had passed the diligent demon. Lin Ling also entered the second level. His surroundings changed, and he gradually came to his senses. He couldn't help but smile. On the first level, he had been working every day without any thoughts of disloyalty. This made his heart even more calm, and he had reached a higher level. He found that his soul force had also increased by a lot. The area it covered had also increased. Heart Pagoda, interesting. Lin Ling took a step forward. Caves appeared around him. At the entrance of the caves, there were large amounts of gold, pills, martial arts, and cultivation methods. These treasures were like delicious cakes, emitting an attractive smell. Treasures? It seems that this trial is related to greed. Everyone has a greedy heart. If one's heart is greedy, they will want to take shortcuts. Gradually, their martial heart will not be firm. Lin Ling lightly shook his head. He ignored the treasures and walked like this. Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill. At the entrance of some caves, Lin Ling saw the pill he wanted the most. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The Heart Pagoda could even know what he was thinking. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Ling, who had lived 2 lives, how could he be fooled? Soon, he walked out of the second floor. Wow, someone walked out of the second floor. What a fast speed. I wonder who it is. Maybe it's Nu Ba, his martial heart. Outside the pagoda, the heart pagodas, the heart's heart. It was Lin Heart, but no one knew pagoda. The heart, the heart. The heart. The heart to heart. Heart to the to heart. To heart to the heart. PID. Heart. Lint B. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others the way they treated him. If Gu Yen's sect treated him like a disciple, he would definitely treat Gu Yen's sect like a sect, like his home, but Gu Yen's sect did not. It's Mo Jingtian, Elder Xin Hai, and the disciples of Gu Yen's sect. Lin Ling frowned. The scene in his eyes was that he had become the strongest disciple of Gu Yen's sect and was respected by everyone. He had a good relationship with sect master Mo Jingtian and Elder Xin Hai. These elders doted on him and treated him as their personal disciple. Lin Ling was even flattered by their care. Lin Ling, you are the only one who is favored by the heavens in Gu Yen's sect. From today onwards, you will be my last disciple. When I travel to the west, you will also be the sect leader of Gu Yen's sect. Kneel down and kowtow to me. In the main hall, Mo Jingtian looked at Lin Ling dotingly. Elder Xin Hai was also smiling. Lin Ling was his disciple. Now that Lin Ling had become a talent, as his master, he was also proud. When did I become the disciple of that fat pig Xin Hai? And Mo Jingtian thinks so highly of me that he even gave me the position of sect leader? Lin Ling was surprised. However, he curled his lips and suddenly laughed. Sect leader, where is Hualetang? Haha. That trash has been sent to the back of the mountain to mine. Why are you mentioning him? Mo Jingtian was puzzled. Hualetang is my master. A master for a day is a father for life. You and Xin Hai are not my masters. Lin Ling sneered. He knew that this was an illusion. It was a test of his loyalty to the sect. You. Mo Jingtian was furious. If you don't kneel down, don't even think about leaving this place. Haha. Lin Ling, you have disappointed me. You are the disciple of Elder Xian Hai, not Hua Leitang's disciple. Elder Xian Hai said angrily. Lin Ling frowned and thought for a while. He vaguely understood. Today, if he did not kneel down and kowtow to Mo Jingtian, he might not pass this test. If he failed, he would lose the qualification to participate in the grand competition of the 6 peaks and lose the chance to become a core disciple. There were only 2 choices. 1. Kneel down. 2. Be eliminated from the grand competition of the 6 peaks. At the same time, in the core pagoda, many disciples had arrived at the 3rd level. However, the 3rd level was extremely easy for them. Many of them passed the test easily and arrived at the 4th level. The bell on the 3rd level was still ringing, letting everyone know that there were still candidates on this level. However, this level was the easiest one. Why did the candidates hesitate for such a long time? You want to become a core disciple? I knew it. You can't pass this test. Mo Jingtian looked at the core pagoda coldly. He knew that the person who was waiting there was definitely Lin Ling. That level was created by the founder. Other than testing one's martial heart, it also tested one's loyalty to the sect. Right now, Mo Jingtian was obviously forcing Lin Ling to kneel down and kowtow to Mo Jingtian. If he doesn't kneel down, he will fail. Haha. Elder Xian Hai also smiled gloatingly. Rumble. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on the 3rd level of the core pagoda. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The illusion actually broke out of the pagoda and surrounded the entire core pagoda. Many disciples were shocked. A teacher for a day is a father for life. My only teacher is Hua Leitang. I will never forget his kindness. Since you all want to stop me, I will kill you all. Roar. A loud shout came from the pagoda. Everyone could hear that it was Lin Ling's voice. At this moment, in the 3rd level, Lin Ling's childish face was filled with indifference. He held a huge sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. He chose not to kneel down. He would rather fail than lower his noble head. How could he forget Hua Leitang's kindness? Hence, since this level was to test his loyalty to the sect, he would use his martial heart to fight against Hua Leitang and see who was more determined. Swoosh. He slashed with his sword. Elder Xian Hai, who was beside Lin Ling, was split into 2. His eyes were wide open before he died. You dare to kill your teacher? Kill. When I was at my weakest, Hua Leitang was the one who protected me. He is my teacher. You, get lost. Scram. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He slashed with his sword again and Elder Xian Hai was reduced to ashes. After all, this was an illusion and not a real person. You betrayed your teacher and killed your ancestors. Lin Ling, do you still have Gu Yan's sect in your eyes? Mo Jingtian, who was in the illusion, had a dignified expression. He was like the king of a country, like a god who had descended from the heavens. He shouted coldly and pointed at Lin Ling. If it was any other disciple, they would definitely be frightened and kneel down to beg for mercy when they saw the sect leader flying into a rage. Chapter 78. What is Gu Yan's sect? In the inner sect assessment, I won, but I was unfairly besieged. Where are you, the sect leader? My master is cautious and conscientious, wholeheartedly for the sake of Gu Yan's sect. That year, when he was strong, you had a fawning face, but after chi deviation, you looked down on him like a dog, despising him as a waste. Are you a competent sect leader? Lin Ling took a step forward and his aura became even stronger. Mo Jingtian pointed at Lin Ling, but he could not say a word. Indecisive, immoral, incompetent, and forsaking righteousness for benefits. Today, I will abolish your position as the sect leader. Slash. Lin Ling slashed with his sword. With decisiveness, strength, and conviction, he slashed Mo Jingtian into two. When Mo Jingtian disappeared, his face was filled with unwillingness. At the same time, the scene in front of Lin Ling changed. He stepped into the fourth level. The third level, the demon of loyalty, tested the loyalty of the disciples. The way to pass was to express one's loyalty. However, the heart pagoda tested the martial heart. If one's martial heart was firm enough, then the demon of loyalty could be slashed. So domineering. Slash. Due to Lin Ling's violation of the rules of the heart pagoda, an illusion appeared outside the pagoda. Everyone gasped and secretly admired him. Lin Ling had even killed the sect leader. His heart of martial arts was beyond imagination. Moreover, he killed the sect leader and elder Xian Hai in front of everyone. This was extremely ironic. Mo Jingtian stared at the heart pagoda with anger in his eyes. Lin Ling scolded him in front of everyone. This action was like a slap to his face. Lin Ling trampled on the sect leader of this generation and did not even put him in his eyes. It was a pity that he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could not say that Lin Ling did not pass, that he killed him, and that he was disloyal to the sect. However, if he said such words, it would only reduce his prestige as the sect leader. After all, Lin Ling had truly passed the third stage. Beside Mo Jingtian, veins were popping out on elder Xian Hai's forehead. Lin Ling had killed him mercilessly as well. Elder Xian Hai's prestige had been greatly reduced. He was even afraid that he would become a laughing stock among the disciples. The fourth stage, Sex Demon. This stage stopped most of the disciples, and many of them were eliminated. As for the stage of lust, a nuer appeared in their hearts. Bang bang bang. Outside the tower, a large number of figures fell out. Every one of them was drooling and had a dazed look on their faces. This made the examining elder secretly shake his head. The fourth test had always eliminated the most disciples, and it was the same this year. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were also eliminated. Their test was naturally a nuer. But even so, they didn't mind. After all, they had passed the test of their hearts. But after they swept their gazes over, their expressions became unsightly. Lin Ling was still in the pagoda. This meant that Lin Ling's martial arts heart was stronger than theirs. They had lost to Lin Ling in the test of their hearts. There were only 3 people left in the pagoda. They were Lin Ling, Nu Ba, and a nuer. To Nu Ba, the sex demon was obviously the easiest test. He moved forward slowly in the 4th level. Around him, there were beautiful bodies and fragrances. Occasionally, there would be the moans of seductive women. But Nu Ba didn't even look at them and continued to move forward. Hee, my goal is to break through the 6th level and break the record. Currently, I should be number 1. Ning Fei, Xiao Lin, and Lin Ling, how can they be compared to me? Not long after, Nu Ba stepped into the 5th level. And Yuer was also walking on the 4th level. Unlike the others, this level was filled with handsome men. There were muscular men, delicate men, and scholarly men. Moreover, they were all naked. However, Yuer's beautiful face didn't change. Her long eyelashes didn't even move. However, in the next moment, a black-clothed young man appeared before her. The black-clothed young man wasn't the handsome type. He had delicate features and a faint smile on his face. However, his eyes were extremely deep. He gave off a clean yet mysterious feeling. Lin Ling. At this moment, Yuer stopped her steps. Her beautiful face was a little strange. The black-clothed young man's smile became even wider. He slowly took off his shirt and revealed his strong muscles. Immediately, Yuer's beautiful face turned red. She quickly ran away. She knew this was her inner demon, but without a doubt, this was also the only inner demon that could threaten her among the sex demons. Senior Sisterin, why are you running? Don't you want to? When Anuera was running, the black-clothed young man's voice came from behind. It made Anuera's delicate body tremble. She didn't know why, but her heart softened. She watched that young man grow up. He was extremely mysterious in her heart and also attracted her curiosity. However, she now realized that it wasn't as simple as just making her curious. "We're still young." "Not now," Anuera said shyly. Then, she ran even faster. Of course, when she was about to leave, she couldn't help but look at the young man's naked upper body. Fortunately, she was a woman and was more reserved. Thus, she barely passed the fourth trial. The last person on the fourth floor was Lin Ling. At this moment, he looked at the beauties around him and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Not only were there beauties from this world, there were even beauties from the previous world. Moreover, there was a female star that he used to like. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't moved by these beauties. After all, he was also a man. Looks like this trial is the sex demon. Helplessly shaking his head, Lin Ling thought of Huoleitang and Yu. He suddenly clenched his teeth, stopped looking, and continued forward. Not long after, a woman with snow-white skin and creamy skin appeared. It was Anuera. At this moment, Anuera was wearing a thin gauze dress. The two beautiful peaks in front of her were clearly visible, causing one to be unable to restrain their lust. "Senior Sisterin, you're here to join in the fun?" Lin Ling's bitter smile deepened. The scene in front of him was too realistic. He couldn't even tell if it was real or fake. In the end, Lin Ling steeled his heart. His eyes were calmer than usual, and he walked away with large strides. Anuera was constantly moaning behind him, but Lin Ling ignored her. However, the sex demon wasn't just Anuera. In the end, Yu appeared. This girl caused Lin Ling's footsteps to pause. The indifference in his eyes softened a bit. At this moment, Yu was like a little princess. Her delicate little face was flushed red like a blooming lotus. She was pure within pure. But her clothes had already been removed, revealing her fair skin, her slender waist, and her delicate little feet. "Yu, you're still young." Lin Ling sighed. Under Yu's resentful gaze, he walked forward with large strides. At the same time, Lin Ling felt that his soul force had once again increased. The range of his soul force had reached 20 meters. When Lin Ling also stepped into the fifth floor, outside of the Heart Pagoda, all the disciples' eyes were focused. Those three people had all passed. Their talents were so strong. Their martial hearts were unprecedentedly firm. This also meant that those three people would go even further in the future, and their strength would be even stronger. Nu Ba is fine, but even Lin Ling is so firm. Truly not simple. But Nu Ba's goal is to break the record and reach the 7th floor. Perhaps he will succeed. They have already surpassed all the inner court disciples. The sound of discussion rose and fell one after another. Chapter 79. Who was more talented? Forget about Nu Ba and Anuera. However, Lin Ling had surpassed them and became the inner disciple with the most potential. This made them jealous and unwilling. The newbie that they did not put in their eyes previously had now matured. Mo Jingtian's mood was getting worse and worse. Lin Ling was slapping his face silently. Although the disciples did not mention this matter in advance, they were all aware of it. That day, he looked down on Lin Ling and gave up on Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling was only so-so. However, today, Lin Ling used his actions to tell him that he, Mo Jingtian, would regret it. Sect leader, don't be impatient. Nu Ba will never agree to Lin Ling becoming a core disciple. In the Heart Pagoda, Nu Ba is the one who has reached a higher level. Elder Xian Hai said indifferently. Hearing this, Mo Jingtian nodded. He then realized that he was a little anxious. At this moment, 3 people were advancing on the 5th level of the Heart Pagoda. This stage, Devil of Slaughter. Between heaven and earth, a large number of martial artists rushed over to stop Lin Ling and the other two. To pass this stage, one had to be decisive and strong. This was also the heart of martial arts. If one's heart of martial arts was not firm enough, he would hesitate and eventually be eliminated from the pagoda due to the murderous aura. Ha! Kill to your heart's content. Haha. At this stage, Nu Ba was overjoyed. He opened his arms and rushed forward. The brutality in his heart was displayed as he killed his way through. And Yue shook her head and pondered for a long time. In the end, she chose to give up. This was not because her heart of martial arts was not firm enough, but because she could not bear to. After Yue appeared outside the pagoda, many people shook their heads. The remaining two would be the battle between Lin Ling and Nu Ba. This battle also meant the battle between the core disciples. Outside the pagoda, the crowd's emotions were instantly raised. They were cheering for their senior brothers. Some supported Nu Ba while some supported Lin Ling. Desire to kill. Kill. On the 5th level, Lin Ling looked at the martial artists who were rushing towards him with an indifferent expression. How others treat me is how I treat them. Lin Ling took out the large sword on his back and shot forward. Everywhere he went, there was a storm of blood. Up until now, other than the demon of loyalty, no other heart demons could affect his heart of martial arts. Of course, the difference between Lin Ling and Nu Ba was that Lin Ling didn't kill the innocent. As long as they didn't want to kill him, Lin Ling wouldn't care. As for Nu Ba, the more he killed, the crazier he became. He killed both good and bad. Although he had reached the 6th level faster than Lin Ling, the seed of slaughter had already sprouted in his heart. Yet, Lin Ling was not affected in the slightest. He knew what he was going to kill for. A moment later, both of them reached the 6th level. The 6th level was Gu Yen Sect's current highest record. Throughout history, all the core disciples had reached this level and failed. As for the first layer, fear demon. Humans have fear in their hearts. They fear the heavens and the earth. If their faith is insufficient and their martial arts heart is not firm, then they will be afraid. Back then, when I was on the 6th level, I was faced with the most terrifying thing in the world. I understood just how frightening the world was. Fortunately, I withdrew at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would have been finished. No one's martial arts heart is so firm that they don't fear anything. Both of them, no one can break our record. Far away, the 4 core disciples were talking casually. The desire of fear was the most terrifying heart demon they had ever seen in their lives. The 6th level. As long as I break this record, I will be the #1 disciple of Gu Yen sect. Currently, only I, Nu Ba, can reach the 6th level. On the 6th level, Nu Ba was full of confidence. He guessed that only he was left among the disciples who had entered the Heart Tower. The others had all been eliminated. The reason for his confidence was very simple. It was because he was the #1 disciple of the inner sect. Fear demon, even the elders in the sect don't dare to go through it. Except for the first generation founder, no one can go through it. Once one goes through it, the next heart demon will be easy. I just happened to be the #1. Along with Nu Ba's voice, the whole world was filled with black wind. Thousands of ghosts were howling. Woo woo woo. A large number of ghosts and devils were moving freely between heaven and earth. At first glance, people's hearts would tremble. Nu Ba's heart was in a trance, but he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Ling also encountered a similar disaster. His face was extremely solemn. It makes me have the thought of retreating. It makes my martial arts heart waver. This must be the thought of fear. This is the fear demon. Lin Ling whispered. He knew that this kind of illusion was extremely terrifying. Even if he knew that everything was fake, he would still be immersed in it. Just like in the previous world, when a person was walking in the wilderness of a graveyard, there was nothing around, but because of fear, he could not help but have some thoughts in his heart. Gradually, it became a heart demon and a ghost. This was the negative effect of fear. When I came to this world, I encountered a life and death situation. If I retreat, if I am afraid, Master will die. You will also die. Then, why should I retreat? No matter how scary the world is, it cannot be compared to the peaceful place that I want to protect. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Just like Nu Ba, he took a step forward. When the two of them took a step forward, the previous illusion quietly changed. This time, the sky turned blood red. Murderous cries could be heard everywhere. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. Here, there was a great war between gods and demons, a calamity of heaven and earth. How terrifying. If the previous one was hell, then this one is a calamity. Lin Ling's heart was trembling at this moment. He was a little scared because too many gods and demons had died, which affected his state of mind. One should know that those gods and demons were all experts that could kill him with a wave of their hand, but they still died here. When I came to this world, I want to stand at the peak of this world. Although these gods and demons are strong, one day, I will surpass them. Muttering to himself, Lin Ling's eyes became even more determined as he took a step forward. He had lived 2 lives, so his thinking was more thorough than others. In addition to the various hardships he had encountered when he first came to this world, he knew that only by becoming stronger could he control everything. On the other side, Nu Ba was not as decisive as Lin Ling. The demon of fear in his heart was even stronger than Lin Ling's. He and Lin Ling came from different backgrounds, so the hardships they had encountered were not as much as Lin Ling's. Once he encountered a more terrifying setback and difficulty, fear would grow in his heart. I am the number 1 inner disciple of Gu Yen's sect. I must break the record. Yes. However, although he was hesitating, Nu Ba still took a step forward. The demon of fear changed again. This time, it was an enemy, the opponent and target in Lin Ling and Nu Ba's hearts. What appeared in Nu Ba's heart was a core disciple. This was his target. In the past, when he saw a core disciple of Gu Yen's sect, he had to look up to them with reverence. Therefore, this time, Nu Ba was even more hesitant. And what Lin Ling saw was even more terrifying. It was the sect master and elder Xin Hai. Obviously, Lin Ling's target was further and stronger. These two were like Lin Ling's great enemies. Moreover, they attacked Lin Ling one after another, forcing Lin Ling to be afraid. Get down. Bang. The aura that was like the power of heaven shrouded over, making Lin Ling's whole body tremble. It was difficult for him to breathe, and he almost fainted. It was the same for Nu Ba. The aura of a core disciple suppressed him, and his eyes were filled with fear. I am a core disciple. You want to surpass me? Do you have the qualification? Bang. The voice that was like the punishment of heaven resounded in Nu Ba's ears. The fear in his heart grew thicker and thicker. Finally, his mind went blank, and he fainted. At this moment, outside the heart pagoda, it was completely silent. Everyone was waiting for the result, and they were extremely nervous. At this moment, a figure fell out of the heart pagoda, making everyone's heart skip a beat. When they looked carefully, their faces changed. Chapter 80. The Sovereign Descends. Although I have failed, I am still the number 1 disciple in the inner sect. Nu Ba regained his senses. His face was still arrogant, but when he looked at the core pagoda, he found that the bell on the 6th floor was still lit. His pupils instantly widened. He was not the first. There was someone else in the core pagoda. At this moment, on the 6th floor, Lin Ling's face was firm. He looked at the 2 people in front of him coldly. He knew that these 2 wanted him to be afraid and used their unparalleled aura to suppress him. I have no distractions and my will is firm. Although you are stronger than me, I will definitely surpass you in no time. How can I lose here? Murmuring, Lin Ling's eyes quietly turned green. At this moment, he seemed to see through heaven and earth, through time. Everything in his eyes had nowhere to hide. At this moment, his martial heart was unprecedentedly firm. He wanted to change his destiny. He wanted to be the sovereign descends and live a free and easy life. Bang! He took a step forward. The two illusions in front of him swayed, and in the next moment, they shattered like glass. At the same time, the bell on the 7th floor of the core pagoda rang. Everyone knew that Lin Ling had broken Gu Yen's sex record and stepped into the 7th floor. This person's martial heart is firm and indomitable. He is the #1 disciple in Gu Yen's sect. The examining elder's face was solemn and his eyes were filled with shock. The martial heart meant the state of mind. As the saying goes, the higher the heart, the further the road. A martial artist who could step into the 7th level undoubtedly had a pure and innocent heart. His goal was far beyond all other martial artists. This point, all the martial artists in Gu Yen's sect knew. Lin Ling had reached the 7th floor of the core pagoda. This also meant that his potential was above all other disciples. Mo Jingtian and Elder Xian Hai's faces were complicated. They did not expect that the youth they looked down on previously, the trash of Alcade Peak, had such terrifying potential. After passing the 6th floor, the remaining inner demons will not be difficult. Lin Ling may become the first person in Gu Yen's sect to reach the 9th floor. Master Mu said in a low voice. In his voice, there was an imperceptible shock. Beside him, Anuer's beautiful eyes flickered incessantly. The surprise that the youth brought to her seemed to be endless. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Ling would definitely be able to pass through the 7th level. However, Lin Ling looked at the person in front of him and smiled helplessly. This level was the demon of love. On the path of martial arts, one had to sever all ties and emotions. Only then would one be able to go further. However, love was Lin Ling's weakness, but it was also his strength. The people in front of him were Huolei Tang and Yu. He had to kill these people before he could leave the 7th floor. Young master, if you kill me, you'll have an immortal future, and you'll be able to look down on the world. Make your move, I have no complaints. Brother, make your move. Huolei Tang and Yu said expectantly. They treated Lin Ling as their family, and they only wanted Lin Ling to go even further. Even if they had to sacrifice the two of them, it wouldn't matter. AI. Lin Ling sighed and put away the sword in his hand. If in order to become stronger, I have to give up on you, then what's the point of living? I'm worse than a dog or a pig. I, Lin Ling, will become stronger, but I will never step on the bones of my family to reach the peak. I can't do it. His eyes flashing with determination, Lin Ling turned around and left. At the same time, at the entrance of the Heart Pagoda, a figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Clearly, he had failed and did not pass through the 7th floor. How is this possible? I heard that everything after the 6th floor is very simple. He actually failed. The crowd was shocked. Others were unable to walk past the demon of love, but Lin Ling had walked past it. However, others thought that this was the simplest demon of love, but Lin Ling had failed. No one could see through Lin Ling. The 7th floor is the demon of love. This child values love and righteousness. He cannot let go of the obsession in his heart, so he failed. Perhaps in order to become stronger, he wanted to protect the tranquil place in his heart that he must protect. Grandmaster Mu was also shocked, but then he said with some envy, I don't know why, but I'm a bit envious of Huolei Tang. Anuer smiled. If Lin Ling had succeeded, then this youth was nothing more than this in her heart. In order to become stronger, he did not even care about his family. Fortunately, Lin Ling was not like other martial artists. He was heartless and ruthless. This was something that she liked very much. Humph, you can't even pass the 7th floor. What a waste. If it were me, I would have easily passed that floor. Seeing Lin Ling being the center of attention, Ning Fei was extremely jealous. He could not help but speak sarcastically. Hearing that voice, Lin Ling looked at Ning Fei with ridicule. Yes, I can't even pass the 7th floor. I'm a waste. But it seems like you can't even reach the 6th floor. Aren't you a waste among wastes? Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a lot of laughter around. Although Lin Ling failed, it was undeniable that he was the one who went the furthest in the assessment. He was also the first one to reach the 7th floor in Guyan sect. This honor could not be erased. You. Ning Fei was fuming with anger. This is the trial of the mind. 10 people have passed. Next is the 6 peaks competition. Only the winner can become a core disciple. It's too early to say anything now. At this time, Elder Xian Hai's voice came. His words also indicated that Lin Ling's potential was not bad. However, there was still the 6 peaks competition. If he failed here, Lin Ling would still be nothing. The 6 peaks competition was a competition between 10 people who passed. The winner would become a core disciple. Whether it was the trial of the mind or the trial of the mind, these were only the foundation of the disciple. The 6 peaks competition was a test of combat power. Elder Xian Hai is right. The grand competition of the 6 peaks is the key. Otherwise, it'll be nothing more than an embroidered pillow. Lin Ling, you're the champion of the 2 tests. If you lose to me, then it'll be a shame. Ning Fei smiled coldly. His confidence was quite strong. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not bother to say anything. He found a place to rest. During this process, Nu Ba kept on looking at Lin Ling with eyes full of unwillingness. He had never placed Lin Ling in his eyes. This was the case in the past, now, and in the future. However, he had lost to Lin Ling. This made him feel that this was unreal. Firm your martial heart. It's only a small setback. If you are afraid, you will lose for real. Therefore, the 6 peaks competition is the time for you to show your strength. Let your opponent know that you, Nu Ba, are the number 1 inner disciple. Calm down. At this moment, a faint voice resounded in Nu Ba's ears. Nu Ba squinted his eyes and turned around. He realized that the one who spoke was the sect leader, Mo Jingtian. This gave him an unprecedented confidence. Not long after, the 6 peaks competition officially began. The atmosphere of the square instantly became lively. Now, it was time for the main event. No matter how strong one's potential was, or how firm one's martial heart was, without combat power, everything was just empty talk. Chapter 81. The First Battle. For a moment, discussions broke out everywhere. Some favored Nu Ba, some favored Ning Fei, and some favored Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling received less attention. Firstly, Lin Ling was the youngest. Although he had the strength, it was hard to say how strong he was. Secondly, Nu Ba and the other top powerhouses had been famous for many years. Everyone believed in their strength. The 10 top disciples would draw lots. One battle would determine the winner. The winner would pass and the loser would be eliminated. Rumble. At the same time, in the middle of the square, a pitch-black martial stage rose from the ground. The supervising elder looked at the name list in his hand and nodded. He announced the first battle. The first battle was between the 5th and 6th inner disciples. This battle, without a doubt, would be a fierce battle between tigers and dragons. Bang bang bang. The battles on the martial stage soon began. They were evenly matched. Lin Ling looked on indifferently and shook his head. He didn't place these battles in his eyes. Currently, out of the 10 people, only Nu Ba was worthy of his attention. After all, Nu Ba was a powerhouse at the 10th stage of body transformation. Of course, he was only slightly worthy of his attention. Time slowly passed. Soon, it was Lin Ling's turn. His opponent was the 7th inner disciple, Ouyang Yunfei. Ouyang Yunfei, 19 years old, ninth level of body transformation. He has the water spirit body and cultivates the third level of the extreme water skill. He is extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Ling is only 16 years old and doesn't seem to have a spirit body. I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. It doesn't matter if he loses. Lin Ling is young and has walked the furthest in the Heart Pagoda. In the future, he will surpass Ouyang Yunfei. Around the martial stage, the disciples were in high spirits. Xiao. At the same time, a figure in white landed on the martial stage like a cloud. That kind of demeanor made many disciples cheer. It had to be said that Ouyang Yunfei's movement technique was very profound. Lin Ling, come up. Let's end this quickly. I have to prepare for the next battle. After landing on the martial stage, Ouyang Yunfei said indifferently. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not use any movement technique. He walked on the martial stage and stared at Ouyang Yunfei. You're so confident that you'll win? Nonsense, of course I have my reasons for being confident. I know that you defeated Ting Yunlong, but it's a pity that he's only one of the 11 inner disciples. As for you, your results in the inner disciple stage and the inner disciple stage aren't bad. But I've assessed that you're only slightly stronger than an ordinary 9th stage body transformation cultivator. You're not my match at all. Ouyang Yunfei coldly snorted. Is that so? Lin Ling smiled faintly. How about this? Since it wasn't easy for you to pass the test, I'll give you a chance. If you can take one of my attacks, I'll admit defeat. How arrogant. We're all at the same level, yet Lin Ling only has one move. Does he even have the strength? The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Lin Ling's words were too domineering. One had to know that those who could stand here were all proud sons of the heavens. Who dared to confidently take care of their opponent in one move? Without a doubt, Lin Ling's words were equivalent to completely disregarding Ouyang Yunfei. Ha ha ha, crazy, you are crazy enough. I have been in Gu Yan's sect for many years, and you are the first one to talk to me like this. Your ignorance makes me want to laugh. Ouyang Yunfei loudly laughed. He thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant to recognize himself. However, Lin Ling disdained to say more. He pulled out the Brilliance Resurgence sword from his back. Arrogant? He didn't think so. He was only speaking the truth. Aside from himself, Anuer also didn't think that Lin Ling was arrogant. Lin Ling was the champion of the Genius Summit. Aside from Nu Ba, who could be his opponent? However, she was curious about how Lin Ling would defeat Ouyang Yunfei in one move. Since he wasn't a strong opponent, Lin Ling was too lazy to wait for his opponent to make the first move. He took a step forward, and with the Brilliance Resurgence sword in his hand, he shot forward. I will crush your pride, and you will never have the face to see anyone again. Although Ouyang Yunfei didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes, he wanted to establish his prestige. Therefore, he used his strongest technique. Water Prism Mirror. Both of his hands moved, and the water spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, forming a 5-meter tall mirror in front of him. This mirror was dazzling, and it had a terrifying defensive power. Water Prism Mirror. The bigger the surface, the deeper the cultivation. There was once a martial artist who cultivated this technique, and he was able to fight against 100 people without being defeated. The supervising elder squinted his eyes, and he was secretly surprised by Ouyang Yunfei's martial talent. Xiao. Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. He arrived in front of Ouyang Yunfei, and the Brilliance Resurgence sword slashed down. This slash was simple and without any trace of martial arts. This made many people surprised. Facing the water prism mirror, Lin Ling planned to use a normal attack. This was too confident. Even the supervising elder couldn't see through Lin Ling's thoughts. Kacha. However, the seemingly normal slash was as heavy as Mount Tai. The water prism mirror shattered into countless pieces of glass, but the sword didn't stop. It smashed onto Ouyang Yunfei's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was lying on the ground, unable to get up. At this moment, the martial stage was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. One move, and Ouyang Yunfei couldn't block it. You still won't admit defeat? Do you want to die? On the martial stage, Lin Ling calmly stood in front of Ouyang Yunfei, and indifferently said. Ouyang Yunfei's face was pale. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him unable to move. Lin Ling looked down on him, making him feel extremely ashamed. If you have the ability, then take away my sword. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. You can't even break my sword, and you still want to fight with me? Don't tell me you don't even know how you lost. Lin Ling sneered. This Ouyang Yunfei was too arrogant, so arrogant that he couldn't recognize himself. One had to know that his Brilliance Resurgence sword weighed 30,000 jin. Unless it was a peak 9th stage of body transformation expert, who could block it? Ouyang Yunfei constantly moved his body, and found that he couldn't push the sword away. This made him even angrier. I will give you 3 more breaths of time. If you don't admit defeat, then I will use my true strength. Lin Ling's face became indifferent. Ouyang Yunfei felt even more humiliated. He was an old inner court disciple, but he was threatened by a rising star. How could he face others in the future? Unfortunately, although he was humiliated, he had no other choice. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Once these words came out, he was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. Before the battle, he was full of confidence and was already prepared for the next battle. But after the battle, he couldn't even block one of Lin Ling's moves. Lin Ling nodded, put away his Brilliance Resurgence sword, and indifferently left the martial stage. He won the first battle. What a terrifying attack. The water prism mirror can block a large number of 9th stage of body transformation attacks, but it couldn't block that sword. The reviewing elder looked deeply at Lin Ling. He found that not only did Lin Ling have extraordinary potential, his battle strength was also not low. Ning Fei and Xiao Lin laughed disdainfully. They saw that the reason Lin Ling could win was because of that sword. If not for that sword, Lin Ling would only be so. 10 people fought and 5 people advanced. These 5 people drew lots to fight again. Without a doubt, the battle between these 5 people would be even more intense than before. These 5 people were Nu Ba, Ning Fei, Xiao Lin, and Yue, and Lin Ling. Among these 5 people, Nu Ba, Ning Fei, and the others were not surprised that they had advanced. And Yue was Master Mu's disciple and had always been mysterious. It was not surprising that she had advanced. However, Lin Ling's advancement was unexpected. Chapter 82. Sword missed. Not long after, the results of the draw came out. In everyone's eyes, Yue was lucky to meet Lin Ling in the first battle. Many people thought that with Yue's strength, defeating Lin Ling wouldn't be difficult. However, to everyone's surprise, Yue directly admitted defeat, allowing Lin Ling to pass. This time, many people were jealous. They thought that Lin Ling was too lucky to pass with the help of others. Only Yue knew that she wasn't Lin Ling's opponent. After that, the remaining 4 people drew lots again and a new round began. They were Nu Ba versus Xiao Lin. Ning Fei versus Lin Ling. Nu Ba versus Xiao Lin, first versus third, and Ning Fei versus Lin Ling. Ning Fei had long found Lin Ling an eyesore. This time, he can take revenge. Seeing the announced results, everyone was incomparably excited. They wanted to know if the veteran powerhouse was stronger or the rising newcomer was stronger. In these 2 battles, Nu Ba and Xiao Lin's battle began first. Third is third. You'll always be under my feet. You can't win against me. On the martial arts platform, Nu Ba's voice was low and filled with a domineering aura. Up until now, he had finally revealed his talent. He was like a fierce tiger that had awakened from a deep slumber. Win or lose, we'll know in one battle. I'll force you to use your full strength. Xiao Lin wasn't moved. His battle intent was surging and his confidence wasn't any weaker than Nu Ba. Humph. Nu Ba shook his head in disdain. Up until now, only one person can enter my eyes. He's Lin Ling. The others are all useless. Hearing that, Xiao Lin's face suddenly turned ugly. Nu Ba's words also meant that he couldn't be compared to Lin Ling. How could he swallow this? The surrounding martial artists were also shocked. They didn't expect Nu Ba to think so highly of Lin Ling. He thought that Ning Fei and Xiao Lin couldn't be compared to Lin Ling. This undoubtedly raised Lin Ling's status instantly. You'll be defeated within 10 moves. Begin. Begin. Nu Ba didn't want to say anything more. His aura crazily increased, causing the martial arts platform to shake. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. He had a feeling that Nu Ba was like a bomb that kept accumulating energy. Once it exploded, he wouldn't be able to block it. Therefore, he must defeat Nu Ba when his aura reached its peak. Swoosh. Xiao Lin made his move. Crazy martial arts were displayed all over the place, causing everyone around to gasp. Xiao Lin was actually so strong when he went all out. In the distance, Lin Ling stared at Nu Ba indifferently. He was a little surprised. Nu Ba's martial arts were very strange. The more he was attacked, the stronger his momentum. If this continued, Xiao Lin would definitely lose. He has the body of a vengeful spirit, and he cultivates with anger. The greater the anger, the more terrifying the power. And Yuer swoosh, swoosh, explained. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What a strange martial arts talent. Swoosh. 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 Swin. Swoosh swoosh. SWO swoosh. At this point, Nu Ba was the winner. He was waiting for the battle between Ning Fei and Lin Ling. Ning Fei, Gu Yan Sect's second inner disciple. He has an illustrious reputation in the 100,000 mountains. He's on par with Tai Mo and Shi Menjian. Lin Ling is only 15 years old. No matter how strong his talent is, his cultivation time is too short. He shouldn't be Ning Fei's opponent. Yes. I heard from some senior brothers that Lin Ling's strength comes from his sword. Without his sword, Lin Ling is just an ordinary 9th stage physique tempering cultivator. Yes. So, Lin Ling will definitely lose? Yes. The battle hadn't started yet, but the voices around the square were like waves. Of course, Ning Fei's reputation was illustrious, so there were naturally more people supporting him. After a moment, two figures appeared on the martial arts platform. An oppressive atmosphere gradually filled the air. Their gazes were calm as they quietly looked at each other. It was as if invisible sparks were colliding in midair. Last time, you asked me what cultivation method I was cultivating and I didn't answer. You said you were stronger than me, so I had to answer. Today, you're still asking the same question. Yes. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. This sentence, I was just about to say, but since you said it, then today it's still the same. I ask you, you have to answer. There's no other choice. Ning Fei's face was indifferent. In his heart, new hatred and old hatred would be settled in one battle. Not long ago, Lin Ling was too arrogant and dared to ignore him. Now, he finally had a chance to teach him a lesson. Good, then let's see if you have the strength to ask. Lin Ling lightly nodded, and if you lose, what cultivation method do you practice, you have to answer. Haha. You don't have this qualification. You, at most, can make me use 60% of my strength. My opponent is Nu Ba. Ning Fei laughed loudly, his voice was filled with disdain. Then, with a swish, he revealed his weapon. It was a purple long spear, the Purple Thunder Spear. Lin Ling indifferently glanced at the spear. He knew that the spear was not ordinary. He also took out his resurgent sword, stepped on the ground, and shot towards Ning Fei. I advise you, you better use your full strength. Haha. After saying that, the big sword in his hand, like a meteor falling from the sky, slashed towards Ning Fei. Let's see if you have the ability. Haha. Ning Fei also shot forward. The purple thunder spear burst out with a buzzing sound. The spear pointed towards Lin Ling. This spear's momentum was like breaking bamboo, as if it was piercing through the sky. Boom! The martial stage cracked, revealing a crack. This was the effect of the purple thunder spear. That kind of power made the surrounding people go into an uproar. They were puzzled. Can Lin Ling take this spear? Clang! The next moment, the sword and the spear collided. Frequent astral winds rose in all directions. The martial stage made two banging sounds and turned into cracks. That kind of mighty force blew the surrounding disciples' feet and made them unsteady. They retreated one after another, but they did not want to close their eyes for fear of missing this wonderful battle. At this moment, on the martial stage, Ning Fei's mouth drew a sneer. He wanted to kill Lin Ling with one strike. However, at this moment, he found that the purple thunder spear was pressed down by a heavy mountain. The spear's body was bent. Lin Ling's sword was indeed strange. Get lost. Haha. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly shouted. A tyrannical power erupted. The resurgent sword was 30,000 jin. Under a full swing, even without using any martial arts, it was still terrifying. Ning Fei's complexion changed. His body could not help but fly backwards. He only stabilized his body after 100 meters, but his face was extremely ferocious. In their first confrontation, he actually lost to Lin Ling. This was a disgrace. It seems that you are so confident because you are relying on that sword. Humph. Coldly staring at Lin Ling, Ning Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. It is indeed that sword. Humph. The surrounding people suddenly realized that Lin Ling's strongest reliance was that sword. If you don't have that sword, you're nothing. Now, let me break your sword. Humph. Ning Fei shouted. He kicked the purple thunder spear in his hand. The spear was lifted up. His right hand touched the spear's body. The entire spear seemed to come alive. The surface of the spear was surging with electric snakes. It was a shocking sight. Thunder spirit body, Ning Fei is using his true strength. Gasp. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Ning Fei was able to stand above tens of thousands of people. Naturally, he had his capital, and he was relying on his innate spiritual energy, the thunder spirit body. Lin Ling's heart of martial arts was indeed not bad, but his innate spiritual energy could not be compared to Ning Fei's. This time, he was afraid that he would lose. In the distance, the corner of Nu Ba's mouth revealed a cold smile. Thunder spirit body, Lin Ling, let's see how you deal with it. Gasp. Take my spear, thunder moves mountains and rivers. Gasp. On the martial stage, a thunderbolt flashed. Its speed was so fast that people could not see it clearly. Moreover, the sound was so loud that it was like a bolt from the blue. In the distance, Lin Ling slightly frowned. The sword in his hand blocked. Crack. As if he was struck by lightning, Lin Ling's hand suddenly became numb. The sword in his hand was slashed away by the spear, turning into an arc and falling outside the martial stage. Chapter 83. Admit defeat without a sword. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Ning Fei's body appeared. His whole body was protected by countless lightning snakes, like a thunder god. Then, his eyes flashed coldly. This time, not only did he want Lin Ling to lose, but he also wanted Lin Ling to be thoroughly defeated because Lin Ling did not put him in his eyes again and again. Limitless electric net. Boom! Ning Fei's body shot out, and his spear turned into lightning in the sky. A large amount of lightning snakes wandered around, wreaking havoc in the corner of the stage like a pool of lightning. Lin Ling's body had already disappeared, making many people think that he might have died. You think you can fight me? I started martial arts at the age of 10, and have been valued by my family since I was young. When I came to Gu Yen's sect, I was valued by the elders. I studied hard and practiced hard, and had an endless supply of cultivation resources. Boom! Ning Fei laughed loudly, and stood up with his spear in a grand manner. Bang! At this time, footsteps came from the side. Lin Ling's body was emitting white smoke, and he walked forward step by step. His appearance shocked everyone, and even Ning Fei's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was actually not dead. You have been valued by your family since you were young, and have an endless supply of cultivation resources. Is this your pride? What a joke. I've never had any cultivation resources. Everything I've obtained was obtained through my sweat and sweat. You want to compare your pride with mine? Can you compare? Boom! Lin Ling's face was indifferent, and he coldly said. His words made the veins on Ning Fei's forehead stand out. So what? The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Without a sword, what can you do? You think too much. My strength is not limited to the sword. If you did not surpass Taimo and Shimenjian's strength, you will lose today. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his whole body's aura became even more fierce, vigorous and overbearing, as if a king had returned. And in his right hand, a black ball appeared. On the surface of the ball, 9 black dragons were spiraling. It was the tyrant dragon seal. Then, without waiting for Ning Fei to say more, he took a step and shot towards Ning Fei. Iron Demon, Shimenjian, could it be that you've defeated them before? Ning Fei disdainfully said. Taimo and Shimenjian's strength were comparable to his. Taimo was even stronger than him. Lin Ling was actually confident that he could defeat them. Was this possible? Suddenly, a thought arose in Ning Fei's mind. Not long ago, at the Mountain Gaze Town Genius Summit, those geniuses had all lost to a mysterious ghost-masked youth. Could that ghost-masked youth be Lin Ling? Just as Ning Fei was thinking about this in shock, the tyrant dragon seal came crashing down with a destructive aura. Thunder moves the mountains and rivers. At this critical moment, Ning Fei suppressed the thoughts in his heart. He thrust out the purple thunder spear in his hand. At this moment, thunder raged, as if it was the punishment of the heavens. Rumble. The collision between the two forces was deafening. What terrifying strength! The surrounding people did not dare to miss a single detail. In their eyes, Ning Fei's thunder spear was terrifying and could wreak havoc. However, Lin Ling's black ball was even more terrifying. Upon contact, 9 black dragons erupted, roaring and spiraling, as if they wanted to destroy everything. This thought arose in everyone's mind. This Lin Ling's strength was not merely in the sword. Lin Ling's martial arts and foundation were not weak either. Such dense spiritual energy, how is this possible? Impossible. Ning Fei's expression changed greatly. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. After all, he had the thunder spirit body. Thunder was overbearing and majestic, wreaking havoc in everything. However, who knew that Lin Ling's black spiritual energy was even more overbearing? Puff! Ning Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The surging power sent him flying and smashed into the distance. In the collision of the strongest spiritual energy, he had lost to Lin Ling. Compared to Ning Fei's sorry state, Lin Ling was much calmer. Ning Fei's strength was not worth his full strength. He walked towards Ning Fei step by step, his expression calm. You said before that I was nothing. I had neither a good background nor good talent. Indeed, I can't compare to you in these aspects. The only thing I can compare to you in is that I am stronger than you. Hearing this, Ning Fei's expression turned ugly. He had the background, talent, and resources. He had everything. However, he still lost to Lin Ling. He, Ning Fei, had lost face. Lin Ling sneered, touched his nose, and suddenly asked, I just want to ask you one thing. What cultivation method do you practice? Half a year ago, Ning Fei questioned Lin Ling about his cultivation method. At that time, Ning Fei was stronger than Lin Ling, so Lin Ling had to answer. But now, Lin Ling was stronger than him, so he was qualified to ask. Ning Fei clenched his teeth tightly. Lin Ling's question was trampling on his high pride. He found that it was difficult to answer Lin Ling, because if he answered, it would be a disgrace. But he had to answer because Lin Ling was indeed stronger than him, so he was qualified to ask. I practice the thunder roll technique, a 4th grade cultivation method. Ning Fei sighed. Heavens, senior brother Ning admitted defeat. The crowd was in an uproar. Ning Fei had always been arrogant. If he took a fancy to a junior brother's cultivation method, he would directly ask. But today, Lin Ling asked back, forcing Ning Fei to answer. Ning Fei's pride was crushed. 4th grade cultivation method? No wonder it's so weak. Lin Ling shook his head, turned around and left. Ning Fei sat on the ground, his face turning green and red. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Ling's words. If he did not have the strength to surpass Iron Demon, he would definitely lose. Could Lin Ling be that ghost-masked youth? Lin Ling defeated Ning Fei and became the 2nd inner disciple. Many people felt that it was unreal. Xiao Lin was the most emotional. Ning Fei's strength was above his, but Ning Fei lost. This meant that the gap between him and Lin Ling was even greater. Thinking about how he kept acting arrogant in front of Lin Ling, Xiao Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. How can he be so strong? Mo Jingtian's eyes flickered. He could not react to the result in front of him. Now, Lin Ling was getting closer to becoming a core disciple, which made him feel pressured. Nu Ba will defeat him. Nu Ba is a physique tempering stage 10 expert, and he even has the body of a vengeful spirit. Elder Xian Hai said gloomily. Mo Jingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Jingtian was clear about Nu Ba's strength. Nu Ba was always the number 1 inner disciple. 3 Ning Feis would not be a match for Nu Ba. Lin Ling would definitely not win. After waiting for a while, the battle that everyone was looking forward to was about to begin. The surrounding disciples were excited and started discussing. The strongest battle among the inner disciples is about to begin. I'm so excited. I wonder if Nu Ba or Lin Ling will win. No matter what, Lin Ling's current height was already shocking. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Nu Ba. Yes. Nu Ba's body of a vengeful spirit is a rank 3 innate spirit body. Only those who are at the peak of physique tempering stage 10 can defeat him. Nu Ba stood quietly on the fighting ring. An oppressive aura was emitted from his body. Lin Ling looked over indifferently. He knew that Nu Ba was the last hurdle to become a core disciple. Come on. I've said it before. Among the inner disciples, only you are worthy of my attention. Nu Ba placed his hands behind his back and said confidently, but that's it. You're still not a match for me. Everyone said so, but they all lost. I hope you're not the next one. Chapter 84. Raging Anger. I have my reasons for saying that. Firstly, you're only at the 9th level of physique tempering. Secondly, my spiritual body is stronger than yours. At the same time, I'm also cultivating a 6th level martial art. Nu Ba shook his head and said casually. His words were calm, but they were like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Nu Ba's spiritual chi was already very strong, but he was cultivating a 6th level martial art, which was even more powerful than the ancient Yen sex martial art. It could be said that the 6th level martial art was the strongest martial art in the 100,000 mountains. Age, talent, martial art, Lin Ling is weaker than you. It seems that Lin Ling can't win. Defeating Ning Fei should be Lin Ling's limit. Many people had their own opinions. Mo Jingtian and Elder Xin Hai smiled confidently. And Yuer was the only one who was confident in Lin Ling. She knew that Lin Ling had not used his full strength from the beginning to the end. Indeed, it was only the 10th level of physique tempering. Lin Ling had defeated people before. In his heart, he did not put anyone in his eyes unless they were in the martial spirit realm. It seems that I have to understand your spiritual body. It's useless to say more. Let's begin. Begin. Lin Ling walked onto the stage. His aura was calm and steady. Even if the sky collapsed, he would not be shocked. This kind of aura was like the mountains and flowing water, like the blue sky and white clouds. The crowd was in a daze. Once upon a time, the trash in their eyes had reached such a height. Although Lin Ling could not defeat Nu Ba today, Lin Ling's future was limitless. I also have the same plan. Because you have always won, your martial heart is too firm. Only when you lose will there be a flaw in your martial heart. And the person who created this flaw is me. Nu Ba laughed loudly. His aura exploded and the stage shook. An invisible wave of chi rushed up to the sky. Heaven's Wrath Scripture, a 6th level martial art. I accidentally obtained it. It made my spiritual body of anger even more powerful. Boom. Rumble. Along with his furious voice, a heat wave rushed out from his body. It was overbearing and thick, causing many people around him to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was as if they were witnessing the wrath of a god. Anger was also a kind of power. When the heavens were angry, the heavens would collapse and the earth would crack. When people were angry, they would kill millions of people. This kind of power could only be displayed in the body of the vengeful spirit. The stronger the anger, the stronger the strength. Once it exploded, even a martial spirit realm expert would not dare to underestimate it. What a strange power. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In his eyes, Nu Ba's long hair was fluttering in the wind, and his clothes were swaying. His entire body was protected by an invisible energy wave that seemed to want to burn everything. This should be anger. I can't control my anger at the moment. I can only use time to build it up. You only have 10 moves. After 10 moves, my anger will reach the point of eruption, and I'll kill even gods. Nu Ba's majestic voice resounded. Anger indeed needed time to brew, and the longer the time, the stronger it would be. Lin Ling had very little time, and if he couldn't defeat Nu Ba in 10 moves, then Lin Ling would lose for sure. Interesting. Then let me test your anger. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. He pulled out his sword of brilliance resurgence, stepped on the ground, and slashed down from above. The sword of brilliance resurgence weighed 30,000 caddies. In addition to Lin Ling's own strength, the power of this slash was naturally like the slash of a king. Rumble. A rumbling sound echoed out, but what surprised everyone was that Nu Ba was unscathed under Lin Ling's terrifying slash. He was still standing there like a deity, and the aura of rage around him was even stronger, like a tornado. What a domineering power. The more he is attacked, the greater his anger and the stronger his power. The crowd exclaimed, especially Xiao Lin. Although he admitted that he couldn't be compared to Lin Ling, he was very clear about Nu Ba's strength. He shook his head and said, Lin Ling will never win. Nu Ba is invincible. His words were indeed authoritative. Everyone believed that Nu Ba was invincible. This is anger. It is indeed mysterious. Let's try again. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He executed the inverse blood technique and slashed again. The power of this slash was close to 50,000 caddies because the inverse blood technique had increased the power. Rumble. However, it was still useless. Instead, it made Nu Ba's anger even bigger. It's useless. I'm invincible. Nu Ba laughed arrogantly, and his voice shook the clouds. However, your attack power is indeed stronger than Ning Fei and the rest. No wonder you can win. Unfortunately, the stronger your attack, the faster my anger is brewing. After absorbing your attack, my anger will double in power. Come, do your best. Nu Ba, this is only the second move. Don't be too confident. Swoosh. Lin Ling shot at Nu Ba again, attacking with all his strength. Still not giving up? Lin Ling has no chance of winning. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads and thought that Lin Ling was doing something useless. Rumble. Third move. Fourth move. Eighth move. Lin Ling's attacks were getting more and more terrifying. Rumble. Ninth move. Lin Ling's body floated back, and he frowned slightly. Anger was really hard to deal with. He stopped attacking, which made many people think that Lin Ling seemed to have given up. His attacks were useless. Nu Ba laughed, and the anger in his body became even more terrifying. Ninth move, you still have one more chance. Then, you will have to bear my anger. One move is enough. Lin Ling withdrew his sword and stood up. He knew that he had to show his trump card again. His previous attacks were mainly based on his own spiritual energy. This time, he planned to use the black water droplet in his dantian, which was the spiritual energy of the martial spirit realm. One move is enough. Hearing Lin Ling's voice, the crowd was puzzled. Was Lin Ling going to give up? Or was he going to fight with all his strength? You are the first person in Gu Yen sect to experience the strongest state of my tyrant dragon seal. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and a black ball appeared in his palm. On the surface, there were 9 spiritual energy black dragons circling around. Everyone had seen this move before, but it didn't seem to have much effect on Nu Ba. No, it's a little different. Look at that black ball. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. The black ball in Lin Ling's palm was burning like a flame. 9 finger-thick black dragons were circling around. It was obviously different from the previous tyrant dragon seal. Still hiding a trump card? Unfortunately, it's just a dying struggle. Nu Ba looked over, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He didn't care at all. Lin Ling was only at the 9th level of body tempering stage. No matter how he attacked, it was useless. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the current Tyrant Dragon Seal was completely different from the previous one. Tyrant Dragon Seal, 9 dragons contend for hegemony. Lin Ling raised his eyes. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his right palm struck out. Rumble. This palm was earth-shattering, as if it was stirring up the wind and clouds. Everyone was stunned. Lin Ling didn't seem to be close to Nu Ba when he attacked. However, the two of them were a few hundred meters apart. With such a long distance, Lin Ling wanted to defeat Nu Ba? That was impossible. Rumble. The black ball of spiritual energy grew bigger. In the next moment, 9 bucket-thick black dragons circled around each other and pounced on Nu Ba. From afar, it looked like 9 black dragons were flying across the sky. The attack broke through the body. Sect leader Mo Jingtian's eyes widened, and he stood up subconsciously. Chapter 85. The glory of this moment. You're only at the 9th level of physique tempering stage. How could you let the attack break through your body? Nu Ba's gaze froze. In his eyes, the entire sky was filled with rolling black clouds. 9 ancient dragons roared as they flew towards him. They were filled with an ancient and majestic aura. Rumble. The 9 black dragons flew past and swallowed Nu Ba. A huge black shockwave soared into the sky. The deafening roar lasted for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Gulp. Gulp. The square was completely silent. Only the sound of the crowd swallowing their saliva could be heard. They were all guessing who had won. Was it Nu Ba who had withstood 10 moves and his rage had reached a critical point? Was it Nu Ba who had the power to suppress everything? Or was it Lin Ling's 9 dragons attack that was stronger and defeated Nu Ba? Time passed quietly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A burly figure appeared in front of everyone. It's Nu Ba. He withstood 10 moves. He's definitely going to win. There was a loud cry. Everyone knew that Nu Ba's body of vengeful spirit would become stronger the more he was attacked. As long as he could endure 10 moves, his anger would explode, and then no one would be able to stop him. But now, Nu Ba was still standing. It was obvious that he had won. Good, good, good. Lin Ling's efforts were in vain. Mo Jingtian felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. Previously, when Lin Ling's attack broke through his body, he was shocked. Fortunately, Nu Ba blocked the attack at the crucial moment. Lin Ling was definitely going to lose. How troublesome. Yes. In the distance, Lin Ling stood calmly. He frowned slightly. Although Nu Ba had not lost, he still had one more trump card. In short, he was going to become a core disciple. When the attack broke through your body, a part of your spiritual chi had turned into liquid. That move, 9 dragons contending for hegemony. Nu Ba breathed heavily and looked at Lin Ling seriously. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. That move, 9 dragons contending for hegemony, is very strong. I, Nu Ba, am convinced. Yes. Plop. As soon as he said that, Nu Ba fell down. Previously, everyone thought that Nu Ba had endured more than 10 moves, but they didn't know that Lin Ling's 9 dragons contending for supremacy not only severely wounded Nu Ba, but also destroyed his all-burning rage. In fact, Nu Ba had lost long ago. He was just holding on with his last breath. And that was because he admired Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the first person who was younger than him, had a lower cultivation level, and was able to defeat him. He had lost. Nu Ba lost. Everyone stared at the scene in a daze. Nu Ba's vengeful spirit physique was defeated by Lin Ling. Lin Ling became this year's core disciple, and also became the youngest person in the history of Guyan sect. Everyone was shocked. This scene was extremely dreamy and unreal. Amazing. In the next moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They saw that the young man in the middle of the square had a calm expression. However, his eyes flickered with determination, giving him the demeanor of a human powerhouse. It was as if a king had returned. Mo Jingtian, I am now a core disciple. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice could be heard. He was questioning Mo Jingtian, and he wanted Mo Jingtian to admit it personally. His question caused everyone to be in a daze. Half a year ago, the sect leader gave up on Lin Ling and supported Elder Xin Hai. He even made a secret agreement with Lin Ling to see if Lin Ling could become a core disciple in half a year's time. Today, Lin Ling had slapped the sect leader's face in front of everyone. Lin Ling had become the strongest person in half a year's time from a new inner disciple. At this moment, Mo Jingtian's expression was extremely ugly. Everyone was looking at him. Although no one said anything, he knew that they were mocking him silently. Because he had lost, because Lin Ling had let all the disciples know that he, the sect leader, did not have good foresight. He lacked foresight and was not qualified to be the sect leader. At this moment, Mo Jingtian wanted to be angry, but there was nothing he could do. Because Lin Ling had indeed won. From today onwards, you will be the 5th core disciple of Guyan sect. Mo Jingtian said softly. When he said this, he felt his face burning. He, the sect leader of his generation, had actually lowered his head to a trash disciple. Ha, thank you, sect leader. Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with boldness and mockery. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. Wherever his gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads. These people had previously thought that Lin Ling was trash. But today, Lin Ling was already standing on top of their heads. My master, Huoleitang, used to be a powerful elder of Guyen's sect. Because of his qi deviation, he was abandoned by all of you. You all thought that his disciple would be useless and trash. Unfortunately, today, trash is standing on top of your heads. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words were filled with mockery. Hearing this, everyone's face turned gloomy and they were speechless. Elder Xianhai, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Alcade Peak still belongs to Huoleitang. Lin Ling looked at Elder Xianhai and said. Elder Xianhai's face turned ashen, but he was also speechless. He could only clench his teeth in anger. His plan had been disrupted by Lin Ling again and again. He admitted that he had underestimated this young man. At this moment, he is like a dazzling star. It can be said that his bitterness is over and the sweetness is coming. And Yuer looked at Lin Ling, who was looking down on everyone. She was happy for Lin Ling in her heart. She knew that Lin Ling was able to reach this height today because he had put in more effort than ordinary people. Brother Ling, you have seen your glory. My master has also seen it. Alcade Peak is proud of you. Far away, the little girl Yuyu's face was filled with tears as she excitedly muttered to herself. Beside her was Huoleitang. Although Huoleitang was still in a deep sleep and did not know what had happened in Guyen's sect, Yuyu believed that at this moment of Lin Ling's glory, even if Huoleitang could not see it, he would definitely want to hear it. At this moment, the glory belonged to Lin Ling. Master, I did not disappoint you. Lin Ling smiled faintly, turned around, and left the square. Haha, today is the day of Guyen sect's inner disciple assessment. We came at the right time. However, Mo Jingtian, thank you for nurturing such a genius. From now on, Guyen's sect has nothing to do with you. Not long after Lin Ling left, an arrogant voice came from the sky. Following that, several figures walked up the stairs. Behind those people, there was a dense crowd of people. Looking carefully, these people were from the other 3 sects of 100,000 mountains. This sudden turn of events caused everyone in Guyen's sect to be shocked. Yi Tiannan, why aren't you at Flying Snow Palace? Why are you here at Guyen sect? And Zhou Kuang, you are the sect leader of Wild Blade sect. You came uninvited. Mo Jingtian looked at the people who came and could not help but frown. These people were the sect leaders of the other 3 sections. Behind them were the disciples and elders of the other 3 sections. However, Mo Jingtian could not understand why they came to Guyen's sect. Are you still putting on airs as a sect leader? Let me tell you, from now on, the sect leader of Guyen's sect has changed. It is me, Zuolin. A mocking voice came. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He crossed his arms and walked out from the crowd. Many people had heard of his name before. He was a hidden expert of 100,000 mountains. In the past, he had a grudge with Mo Jingtian's father. He had always coveted the position of sect leader of Guyen's sect. Who do you think you are? You want to be a lunchbox? Mo Jingtian frowned. He felt that something was wrong. If I say so, then so be it. Yes. Chapter 86. Changes. You are young Master Zhang Jiuyun from the Zhang family. Mo Jingtian's expression changed when he saw the young man. He knew this person. Not long ago, he heard that the Zhang family was going to take over the 4 great sects. Mo Jingtian also planned to pay a visit to make the Guyen sect belong to the Zhang family. Mo Jingtian, your eyesight is not bad. Seeing that you're respectful enough, I'll be frank. The Guyen sect will belong to the Zhang clan. However, I want to change the sect leader of the Guyen sect to Zuolin. Zhang Jiuyun said lightly. Her words were understated, but it changed the situation of Guyen sect. This was the prestige of the Zhang family. Zuolin laughed. Mo Jingtian, you are not as good as your father. You don't know how to conduct yourself. You know that young Master Zhang Jiuyun came to the 100,000 mountains, but you didn't visit him personally. Instead, you waited for him to come and discuss the Guyan sect. Who do you think you are? Since you don't know how to conduct yourself, then give the sect leader position to me. Mo Jingtian's face turned pale when he heard the mocking voice. He finally understood what was going on. Zuolin must have curried favor with young Master Zhang Jiuyun. Therefore, Zhang Jiuyun gave the sect leader position to Zuolin and removed him from the sect leader position. The disciples of the Guyan sect also knew what was going on. The Guyan sect was going to change. Wait, young Master Zhang, the Guyan sect was passed down by my father. You can't take it away so easily. Mo Jingtian was anxious and couldn't help but speak again. Zhang Jiuyun looked at him indifferently. Did I say I would take it away? The Guyan sect is still the Guyan sect. It is just a change of sect leader. Change of sect leader? Mo Jingtian's face turned pale. How could he go against the Zhang family? He laughed bitterly in his heart. He never thought that he, Mo Jingtian, would have such a day. However, the Zhang family always wins people over with virtue. How about this? I will give you a chance. As long as your Guyan sect's core disciples can defeat me, it will prove that you have done a good job in grooming me. At this time, Zhang Jiuyun said calmly. After he finished speaking, Zhang Jiuyun Transen, Zhang Jiuyun, 16 years old this year, at the peak of the 10th stage of body transformation. You bunch of trash from the Guyan sect, who dares to challenge me? His voice was filled with arrogance and disdain for the crowd. This caused many of the disciples of the Guyan sect to be furious, but there was nothing they could do. He was at the peak of the 10th stage of body transformation, and only the core disciples could fight him. Among the core disciples, a few of them were frowning and hesitating. Trash, come up. If you don't dare to come up, then kneel. Zhang Jiuyun placed his hands behind his back and growled. Several core disciples narrowed their eyes, silently cursing Zhang Jiuyun for going too far. Soon, a core disciple jumped down. He was at the peak of the 10th stage of body transformation. He had the qualifications to challenge Zhang Jiuyun. I'll let you make 3 moves. After 3 moves, if you lose, you have to leave on your knees. Zhang Jiuyun did not even look at the disciple. Don't be too confident, or you'll lose to me. The core disciple said coldly. This Zhang family's young master is too arrogant, too arrogant. You don't understand how strong I am. Zhang Jiuyun snorted disdainfully. Excuse me. The core disciple did not say anything more. He was at the peak of the 10th stage of body transformation. A small part of his spiritual energy had turned into liquid. His attack was very strong, much stronger than Nu Ba and the others. However, even though he was strong, Zhang Jiuyun was stronger. He easily blocked the 3 moves. He waved his right hand and a crystal sword appeared. He stabbed forward. You've lost. Go kneel over there. Kneel. That sword was unpredictable. The core disciple's right shoulder was pierced, but he was not convinced. Young Master Zhang's strength is tyrannical. I accept my loss. But if you want me, Wang Lin, to kneel, that is impossible. Kneel. With that, he proudly left. He was determined not to lower his noble head. Did I let you go? Kneel. Zhang Jiuyun's eyes were cold. He slashed out with his sword. The sound of waves rumbling could be heard. A crescent-shaped sword cut the core disciple in half. The surrounding people all sucked in cold breaths. This Zhang family's young master was so overbearing. If he lost, he had to kneel. If he didn't kneel, he would be killed. Mo Jingtian, did you see that? This is the core disciple you raised. A piece of trash, and you still won't give up your position? What a disgrace. Zhang Jiuyun shook his head in disdain. He wanted to use his powerful strength to let Mo Jingtian know that the people he nurtured were all trash. He wanted to let the disciples of Gu Yan's sect know that Mo Jingtian was useless. How could he not give up the position of sect leader? Next. Go. Following Zhang Jiuyan's voice, the remaining core disciples' faces turned pale. They did not dare to rashly go up. Zhang Jiuyan was too strong. He came from the ancient Zhang family. His spiritual body was definitely not weak. Also, his cultivation method was high level. How could they be his match? If you don't want to go up, then kneel. Go. Zhang Jiuyan lightly said. He did not give the core disciples any choice. Sir, don't be too arrogant. Go. A core disciple jumped down. He was extremely unwilling. Still the same rules. I'll give you 3 moves. After 3 moves, if you lose, go kneel over there. Zhang Jiuyan lazily said. He still did not put this core disciple in his eyes. Bang bang bang. However, Zhang Jiuyan was indeed strong. The core disciple's 3 moves were all blocked by Zhang Jiuyan. That core disciple was completely defeated. I lost. I'll kneel. Go. That core disciple's face turned pale. Thinking of the previous example, he did not dare to resist. He obediently went to the corner and knelt down. It was extremely humiliating. No one is young Master Zhang's match. The crowd sighed. They finally saw what a genius was, what the 8 ancient clans were like. The rest of you, if you don't want to fight, kneel down. Kneel. Zhang Jiuyan kept his sword and stood there. His face was full of disdain as if he was too lazy to say anything. Mo Jingtian's face turned even paler. Among the young elites of Gu Yan's sect, there was no one who could stop Zhang Jiuyan. He was afraid that his position as the sect leader would really change hands. Young Master Zhang is young, but he is already a dragon among men. We are willing to listen to young Master Zhang's orders. Gu Yan's sect can only go further in the future if the sect leader changes. Respectfully. At this time, a respectful voice sounded. Everyone followed the voice and their expressions changed. The one who spoke was actually Elder Xian Hai. No one would have thought that Elder Xian Hai would be the first to betray Gu Yan's sect and surrender to Zhang Jiuyan. Although it's flattery, it's very pleasing to the ears. Your position will not change. Whatever you did before, you will still do it in the future. Zhang Jiuyan looked at Elder Xian Hai with satisfaction. Elder Xian Hai bowed even more respectfully. Shameful, Elder Xian Hai. Do you still have a backbone? You have really lost the face of Gu Yan's sect. Mo Jingtian gritted his teeth. None of the disciples had betrayed Gu Yan's sect, but his confidant Elder Xian Hai was the first to betray Gu Yan's sect. This was extremely ironic. Elder Xian Hai shrugged and mocked. Mo Jingtian, your era has passed. Do you still think that you are the sect leader? You. Mo Jingtian pointed at Elder Xian Hai, speechless. In the past, Elder Xian Hai was very respectful to him. This was the first time Elder Xian Hai showed such a disdainful attitude. He could not help but sigh. That day, he gave up Lin Ling and supported Elder Xian Hai. What a wrong move. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Ling among the core disciples. Among the core disciples, Lin Ling's face was calm, but there was a mocking smile on his face. He did not sympathize with Mo Jingtian because this was the path that Mo Jingtian had chosen. It was too late to regret now. Chapter 87. I'll let you have 3 moves. They are all kneeling, why aren't you kneeling? Kneel. At this moment, Zhang Jiuyan's gaze fell on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also a core disciple, but the 2 beside him were kneeling while Lin Ling was standing proudly. This made Zhang Jiuyan somewhat dissatisfied. Junior brother Lin, the situation is not in your favor. You have just become a core disciple, so kneel down to avoid losing your life. A core disciple beside Lin Ling said indifferently. Kneeling down will disintegrate my martial heart. Although I, Lin Ling, am not a saint, I will kneel to the heavens and the earth, but not to strangers, said Lin Ling while shaking his head. The core disciple was stupefied and smiled wryly. This newly promoted junior brother was really proud and awe-inspiring. Huh, I like arrogant martial artists like you the most. If you don't kneel, then I'll beat you until you kneel. Kneel. Zhang Jiuyun looked at Lin Ling with interest. The more arrogant Lin Ling was, the more interesting he felt. Can I not fight? Lin Ling said slowly. Are you afraid? Unfortunately, you can't. If I want you to fight, you have to fight. Otherwise, you will kneel. Zhang Jiuyun shrugged his shoulders. He thought Lin Ling was afraid of him. Lin Ling sneered, you think too much. I don't want to fight because I don't want to fight because of Gu Yan's sect. But if you insist on fighting, I will accompany you. But this is in my name, I will fight for myself. Kneel. This was Lin Ling's attitude. He would not stand for Mo Jingtian, nor would he fight for Gu Yan's sect. Because in this place, he did not feel any sense of belonging. There was no warmth of a home, only contempt and ridicule. Therefore, he would fight for himself. Mo Jingtian also understood this layer of meaning. He could not help but smile bitterly. He realized that he had made the wrong choice. When he was in dire straits, no one supported him as the sect leader. It's up to you. No matter who you fight for, you will still kneel. Get down. Kneel. Zhang Jiuyun did not care as he played with his nails. Whoosh. Lin Ling jumped down from the square. He knew that this battle was inevitable, so he did not hesitate, only decisively. His decisiveness made the crowd secretly admire him. Compared to the two kneeling core disciples, Lin Ling clearly had more backbone, and even more the pride of a martial artist. Moreover, Lin Ling was currently the youngest among the core disciples. It's still the same rule. I'll let you have 3 moves. Zhang Jiuyun did not put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. Lin Ling sneered. Are you sure you'll let me have 3 moves? Of course, I'm the young master of the ancient race's Zhang clan. I'm not someone a country bumpkin like you can compare to. What's wrong with letting you have 3 moves? Zhang Jiuyun smiled proudly. Fine, then let me see the pride of the Zhang clan. Lin Ling nodded and pulled out the Brilliance Resurgence sword from his back. He did not dare to underestimate Zhang Jiuyun, so he used his strongest move. Since you're letting me have 3 moves, I won't take advantage of you. Take my sword. If you don't move, I'll kneel down and kowtow. Roar. Lin Ling shouted. His long hair and clothes fluttered. The Brilliance Resurgence sword in his hand made him look like a king descending. He then stepped on the ground and slashed towards Zhang Jiuyun. How arrogant. Young Master Zhang is letting him have 3 moves, and he's also letting him have 1 move. He wants to use the power of 1 sword to make young Master Zhang retreat. Roar. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to the previous core disciple, Lin Ling was clearly stronger. The other 3 sects were also shocked. In the 100,000 great mountains, only that young man dared to speak to young Master Zhang like that. However, they quietly watched the show. How could young Master Zhang be compared to that young man? That young man would definitely lose face. You want me to retreat? Such a person hasn't been born yet. Zhang Jiuyun narrowed his eyes and a cold light flickered. Lin Ling's words were too arrogant, making him angry. Rumble. In midair, Lin Ling's huge sword slashed down. It was like a heavenly sword that wanted to cut through everything. Ink's now sword. The sword in Zhang Jiuyun's hand let out a sword hum. He raised it in the air, wanting to block Lin Ling's sword. However, that sword was Lin Ling's full-strength sword. It had the domineering aura of the 9 dragons and the weight of the brilliance resurgent sword. Coupled with the reverse blood technique, Zhang Jiuyun underestimated his opponent. How could he block it? Clang! The sword collided with the sword, and a sound like a dragon's roar sounded. Zhang Jiuyun's face instantly changed. He sensed that Lin Ling's sword was like a thunderstorm, and the spiritual energy was extremely powerful. Not good. Under the powerful force, Zhang Jiuyun was unable to block it in time. He took 3 steps back and the spiritual energy in his body surged out. Only then did he alleviate the power of the sword. However, he retreated. Moreover, he retreated 3 steps, and his footprints were clear. This scene caused the surrounding people to suck in a breath of cold air. Zhang Jiuyun arrogantly gave up 3 moves, and Lin Ling was also not to be outdone. He wanted Zhang Jiuyun to retreat with 1 move, but Lin Ling did it, causing Zhang Jiuyun to lose a bit of face. Who is this young man? His strength is actually so strong. I have never heard of him. The faces of the 3 sect leaders and disciples were all dignified. They did not know Lin Ling's identity at all. After all, Lin Ling had just become a core disciple. On the other hand, the people of Gu Yan's sect were cheering. Although Lin Ling was not fighting for them, he had indirectly won glory for them. You have some ability. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, I don't know why, but you give me a very familiar feeling. Zhang Jiuyun looked at Lin Ling with an ugly expression. At the beginning, he did not put Lin Ling in his eyes, but now that he looked carefully, he felt that he had seen Lin Ling somewhere before. Familiar or not, what does it have to do with me? The second move still forced you to retreat. Lin Ling sneered and said indifferently. Dream on, I only underestimated you. Do you think you can force me to retreat? Zhang Jiuyun was furious. The young man in front of him was trampling on his pride, not putting the ancient Zhang family in his eyes. Whether or not I can, we will know after we try. Lin Ling's eyes were full of mockery. He stretched out his right hand and a black ball appeared in his palm. 9 roaring black dragons were constantly rolling, swallowing and releasing a huge power. These 9 black dragons made Zhang Jiuyun stunned. A familiar name appeared in his mind, 9 Dragon Strength. This young man's technique was exactly the same as the ghost-masked young man from the Genius Summit. Could it be? Before the shock in his heart disappeared, the 9 black dragons roared, sweeping everything away, violent and majestic. It was the tyrant dragon seal, 9 dragons struggle for hegemony. Compared to the 9 dragons struggle for hegemony that he fought with Nu Ba, this one was clearly stronger because Lin Ling did not underestimate Zhang Jiuyun. The attack broke out of his body. It seems that he is only at the 9th level of body transformation. The people from the other 3 sects cried out in surprise. If Lin Ling was at the peak of body transformation and his attack broke out of his body, they would not be surprised. But for a 9th level of body transformation to be able to liquefy spiritual energy, this was strange. The boiling cauldron of the sea, roll. Zhang Jiuyun's eyes narrowed. He no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. He had guessed Lin Ling's identity. At the Genius Summit, the ghost-masked young man swept away all the geniuses with his 8th level of body transformation. Now that he was at the 9th level of body transformation, his strength was definitely not weak. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light was dazzling and a wave gushed out from his body, forming a wave tornado that firmly protected him. At the same time, the wave soared into the sky and destroyed the 9 dragons' struggle for hegemony. However, although Zhang Jiuyun blocked Lin Ling's attack, he was forced back a step. Chapter 88. You lost. This scene made the surrounding people sigh. Lin Ling was too strong. In the entire Gu Yan sect, only he could stop Zhang Jiuyun's arrogant steps. Who is he? The people from the 3 sects were very curious about Lin Ling's background. This was simply a dark horse, a very terrifying dark horse. In one battle, he stood at the top of the core disciples of the 4 sects. So it's you. No wonder you're so strong. However, I've been looking for you. I didn't expect you to be a disciple of the Gu Yen sect. Zhang Jiuyun withdrew his sword. His face was gloomy. His words made many people curious. Lin Ling seemed to know Zhang Jiuyun. But was that possible? Hee, that only shows that you're stupid. You searched for so long before finding me. You didn't get anything in the burial ground. You should be very angry. Lin Ling smiled faintly without fear. After these words, Zhang Jiuyun's face became ugly. In the burial ground, he didn't get anything. Instead, many of his subordinates died. One of them was an expert. He was furious, and the main culprit was this young man in front of him. Today, you won't be able to escape. I think other than me, many people are also curious about your identity. Then I'll announce it to the world. You are the ghost-masked young man. Zhang Jiuyun coldly said. Ghost-masked young man? So it's him. He's the ghost-masked young man who defeated all the geniuses 2 months ago. How is that possible? Hearing these words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The ghost-masked young man's identity was finally revealed. It's him. Mo Jingtian's face was extremely complicated. Not long ago, he and the other elders wanted to find the ghost-masked young man and accept him into the Gu Yen sect. Who would have thought that the person in front of him was Lin Ling, who he didn't think highly of? This dramatic change made him feel all sorts of emotions, and he sighed endlessly. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the surrounding voices. To him, the ghost-masked young man's identity wasn't important. It didn't matter if others knew. His current goal was to defeat Zhang Jiuyun and then threaten him. Only then could he take the initiative. So what? Next, let's continue. Lin Ling indifferently said. I won't look down on you anymore. I'm going to kill you to relieve the hatred in my heart. Killing intent flashed across Zhang Jiuyun's face. Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. Looks like your arrogant talk of letting me have 3 moves is just nonsense. But forget it, I didn't think you would let me have 3 moves. Let's go all out then. There's no point in talking. I'm going to kill you. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Zhang Jiuyun could not put down his face anymore. He might as well reveal his killing intent and strike first. The boundless sea. With a wave of the sword in his hand, the sound of waves could be heard. At the same time, the sky changed. Countless water spiritual energy gathered around Zhang Jiuyun's body. Waves after waves rolled like endless seawater. Clearly, his spirit body was related to water. Furthermore, he had turned water into a sea. Kill. With a slash of the sword, the blue light was dazzling, and a crazy wave rushed towards Lin Ling. What terrifying strength! The crowd was shocked and retreated. In their eyes, the square had become a sea. Many people couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Zhang Jiuyun had already used his full strength. If Lin Ling was only at this level, then he would die without a doubt. At this moment, many people from the Gu Yen sect were nervous for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was the only representative of the Gu Yen sect. As expected of the peak of the body transformation realm. However, water and fire are incompatible. I want to see if the water is more turbulent or the fire is more violent. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In everyone's eyes, his whole body was emitting flames, drifting, swallowing, as if a flame god had descended. Clearly, Lin Ling had used his strongest trump card. The eggshell in his dantian had been sealed. Innate spirit body, so he also has an innate spirit body. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone from the Gu Yen sect sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did they know that they had underestimated Lin Ling. Moreover, they had underestimated him thoroughly. Boom! The flames exploded, and a scorching heat soared into the sky. One side of the square was burned black. After reaching the 9th stage of body transformation, Lin Ling could unlock more seals and control more flames. From afar, one side was a sea of waves, and the other was a world of flames. It was extremely dazzling. This is the first time I've unlocked so much power. I wonder if I can use the Tyrant Dragon seal? Lin Ling stood proudly, his eyes flashing. Last time, when he defeated Tai Mo, he only relied on the power of flames. This time, he planned to use fire spiritual energy to use the Tyrant Dragon seal. Boom! He stretched out his right hand. At his palm, flames danced wildly, forming fire dragons that burned everything. Fire Dragon Hegemony. Boom! Lin Ling struck out with his palm. Rumble. 9 terrifying fire dragons roared and rushed into the sea, dancing crazily. Chi-chi. A large amount of seawater evaporated. Zhang Jiuyun's eyes burned. In his eyes, 9 fire dragons rushed over. 4 of them were extinguished, and finally, 5 arrived in front of him. Zhang Jiuyun had the ancient bloodline, and Lin Ling's bloodline was obviously not lower than his. Furthermore, Lin Ling's cultivation technique was of a higher level than his. Unless he was a true martial spirit realm, no matter how talented a body transformation realm cultivator was, Lin Ling would not put them in his eyes. This power, how is it possible? This is at least a 3rd grade innate spirit body. Zhang Jiuyun sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes widened. In the next moment, the 5 fire dragons rushed in front of him, entangling him and burning him. Rumble. The entire square suddenly turned into a world of flames, and the seawater from before disappeared. You lost. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded. He walked towards Zhang Jiuyun step by step. On the other side, Zhang Jiuyun was unable to block Lin Ling's flame power and was seriously injured. He fell to the ground and spat out blood. When Lin Ling walked over, his eyes were filled with panic. He never thought that he would lose. Swish. A moment later, Lin Ling's sword fell on Zhang Jiuyun's neck. This scene shocked everyone in the square to the point that they did not know what to say. Zhang Jiuyun had the ancient bloodline. He was confident that in the 100,000 mountains, no one in the body transformation realm was his match. However, in the ancient face sect, he had lost to the ghost-masked youth, causing the Zhang family's honor to be tarnished. You dare to kill me? On the ground, Zhang Jiuyun's face was ferocious, as if he had yet to react. Can you change the topic? Lin Ling's face was full of ridicule. This young master of the Zhang family was overconfident. Back then, he had refused to join him and immediately sent people to kill him. Now that he had lost, he actually dared to ask if he dared to kill him. What a ridiculous question. Could it be that only Zhang Jiuyun could kill him, and he could not fight back? Unfortunately, I may not be able to fulfill your wish. Uncle Dao Xian, kill him. Zhang Jiuyun suddenly sneered. Yes, young master. Cold. In a corner of the square, the temperature suddenly dropped. An old man appeared like a ghost, flying towards Lin Ling at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. His hand was covered in frost as he grabbed at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned, preparing to use Zhang Jiuyun to threaten him. You are truly worthy of being a son of my Lin family. Zhang Jiuyun, you don't want to admit your loss? Chapter 89. Ancient Clan's Lin Clan. It's you. Yes. Lin Ling's gaze swept over him, and he was secretly shocked. This man was the one who had given him the sword in the boneyard. Lin Li. Zhang Jiuyun's face turned ugly. Zhang Jiuyun, you already lost one of your subordinates in the boneyard. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? The man laughed disdainfully. He took a step forward, and the ground erupted with flames. He punched out, his target being the old man who had ambushed him. Dao Xian, your life is going to end here. Yes. This fist was made of red flames, and it was clearly hotter than Lin Ling's flames. The old man's face changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only take it head-on. He growled, "Icy corpse." Yes. Instantly, his entire body transformed into a block of ice, becoming incomparably hard. But he was still unable to block the man's fist. Bang! The ice shattered, scattering all over the ground. Uncle Dao Xian was dead. What a powerful uncle. Yes. Lin Ling stared blankly at Linli, a hint of yearning in his eyes. He wondered when he would be able to reach such a level of strength. As for Zhang Jiuyun, his face was pale. He had never imagined that Linli would appear here. Suddenly, he realized that he had overlooked a crucial point. Linli had come here to find the Lin clan's bloodline, and that person was the demon-masked youth. Thus, it was normal for Linli to appear here. Unfortunately, when he saw Lin Ling again, Zhang Jiuyun had only wanted to kill Lin Ling, and had forgotten this point. Ancient clans Zhang clan? Are they powerful? Yes. Linli drank as he walked towards Zhang Jiuyun. He extended a finger, and a red flame appeared at the tip of his finger. He flicked it. You're just a branch disciple of the Zhang clan. There are as many of you as there are hairs on an ox. Without you, would the Zhang clan dare to start a war with my Lin clan? Yes. Swish. The red flame he flicked out was like a grain of light, but when it landed on Zhang Jiuyun's body, it immediately exploded into flames, burning Zhang Jiuyun to ashes. Who is this person? How domineering. Yes. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a cold breath. Not only was that middle-aged man very powerful, but he also did not fear the ancient clan's Zhang family at all. He had casually killed the Zhang family's young master. Evidently, this middle-aged man possessed an extraordinary origin. Carefree. Lin Ling's heart thumped wildly. This was the kind of expert he yearned for. He was free and straightforward, and if he didn't like someone, he would make a move without any fear. Unknowingly, he found himself admiring that middle-aged man. Perhaps that middle-aged man's way of doing things was what Lin Ling yearned for the most. Uncle, thank you for your help. Lin Ling had left a good impression on Lin Ling, and so Lin Ling cupped his hands in greeting. Uncle? Fuck, Ling, I am your 14th uncle. In order to find Lin Ling, he had to act as both a father and a mother. After the Summit of Geniuses had concluded, he had immediately gone to find Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had disappeared like a fox. And in the boneyard, after the person in the tomb had awakened, he had immediately chased after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had run faster than a rabbit. Now that they had finally met, Lin Ling actually called him uncle, which made him extremely depressed. Huh? 14th uncle? Lin Ling blinked. In truth, he had always felt an inexplicable sense of closeness towards this middle-aged man. It was just that after coming to this world, he had witnessed the fickleness of the world, so he was a bit more cautious. I wanted to tell you last time, but you ran too fast. This time, I'll tell you everything. You, Lin Ling, have the bloodline of the ancient clan's Lin family, and I am your 14th uncle. When you turn 16, I will be responsible for bringing you back to the ancient clan's Lin family. Lin Li continued to explain. Lin Ling's eyes widened, and his heart shook like thunder. He actually had the bloodline of the ancient clan's Lin family, and this Lin Li was his 14th uncle. All the bloodlines of the ancient clan's Lin family had to return to the Lin family at the age of 16 to test their talent. And right now, he was almost 16. Thinking back to what Hualei had said before, when he turned 16, there would be someone coming to pick him up from that place. It seemed that place was the ancient clan's Lin family. Lin Ling has the bloodline of the ancient clan's Lin family? The people of the Gu Yen sect were also shocked. The situation had changed beyond their imagination. As for the people of the other three sects, they could only smile bitterly. Who would have thought that the demon-masked youth would turn around and become the young master of the Lin family? It had to be said that this was extremely dramatic. Lin Ling was stunned for a long time, but in the end, he had no choice but to accept this reality. He couldn't help but look at Elder Xin Hai, and indifferently said, "Elder Xin Hai, shouldn't we settle the accounts between us?" In the distance, Elder Xin Hai's face was extremely pale. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that Lin Ling would go from an ant-like existence to a person who could control his life and death. "Lin Ling, we don't have any great enmity between us. How about we both take a step back?" Elder Xin Hai said nervously. "Haha." Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter carried a hint of frivolity, as if the pressure in his heart for the past year had finally been released, making him feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Do you think that's possible? Ling, does this old man have any enmity with you? You've got guts, daring to offend my ancient clan's Lin family. 14th uncle doesn't have anything to give you today, so I'll help you get rid of your enemy." Lin Li coldly stared at Xin Hai. With his temperament, he could guess that the old man had some enmity with Lin Ling. However, this wasn't important. The important thing was that the old man was like an ant in his eyes. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can escape from me, I'll let you live." His expression was as if he could control everything, causing Lin Ling to admire him even more. With strength, one could be domineering. "Elder Xin Hai, didn't you hear me? If you don't run now, you won't have the chance later." Lin Ling lightly smiled. He liked this feeling. Not letting someone control his life, but controlling the life and death of others. Elder Xin Hai's expression constantly changed. In the next moment, he madly fled into the distance. 1, 2, 3. Count. Lin Li calmly counted. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. He stretched out his finger and drew a cross in front of him. A cross formed from flames appeared, transforming into a beautiful light that slashed forward. This flame cross was not only fast, but it also burned everything. "Ah! Ah!" Elder Xin Hai's pained voice came from the distance. He had been cut into 4 pieces, and each piece was burning. An elder of a generation had fallen just like that. So strong. Elder Xin Hai had already fled 1,000 meters away, but he still couldn't block 14th uncle's attack. This is the power of an attack breaking through the body. Lin Ling inwardly admired, then sighed in his heart. His enemy, Elder Xin Hai, had died just like that. Then Lin Ling looked at the remaining elders of the 5 peaks. "Young Master Lin, please spare my life." "Yes." That day, we were only bewitched by old ghost Xin Hai. In reality, we didn't want to make things difficult for you. "Yes. Yes, I also tried to persuade old ghost Xin Hai many times, but he wouldn't listen." "Yes." The remaining elders of the 5 peaks all knelt down and begged for mercy. They no longer had their former high and mighty attitude. Chapter 90. Regret? During the inner sect exam, if not for my master saving me, I would have died. But my master was killed by you. Do you think I will believe your words? Lin Ling's face was indifferent, unmoved. He had been soft-hearted too many times. How could he be fooled again? If he let them go today, they would rise from the ashes and make a comeback. The one who would suffer would be him, and even the people around him would be implicated. "Kill. Kill." Lin Ling said indifferently. One sentence decided the life and death of those 5 people. That attitude of being in control of everything shocked many people in the Guyan sect. In the past, no matter how talented Lin Ling was, he would always be suppressed by the sect. But now, he alone decided the future of the Guyan sect. "Young Master Lin, please spare our lives. Kill." Hearing Lin Ling's words, the 5 elders all begged for mercy. "If you were in control today, I wonder if you would have spared my Linger's life?" The answer was very obvious. Kill. Linley laughed mockingly. He took a step forward and shot forward. Then, his body exploded with flames, causing the entire mountain of Gu Yen sect to shake violently. In the next moment, the flames disappeared like a tide. Linley walked back, and the 5 elders disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they were burned to death by the flames. This is the ancient clan's Lin family's mixed fire body. The lowest grade is 3rd grade, and the highest is 10th grade. Mine is a 5th grade innate spirit body, 10,000 waves flame. Linley said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Obviously, his dantian was sealed with the Lin family's mixed fire body. But he was not sure what grade it was, so he had to go back to the ancient clan's Lin family to test it. But he guessed that it was at least a 3rd grade innate spirit body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat Zhang Jiuyun, because Zhang Jiuyun should also have a 3rd grade innate spirit body. The reason he lost was because his cultivation method was not as strong as Lin Ling's. From today onwards, the 4 major sects of 100,000 mountains belong to the ancient clan's Lin family. Any objections? Kill. Linley walked back and said indifferently. No, we will definitely obey the ancient clan's Lin family's arrangement. Kill. My flying snow palace does not dare to have any objections. Kill. We have admired the ancient Lin family for a long time. To be able to become one of their subordinate sects is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. The leaders of the various sects all spoke out. How could they have any objections? The ancient Lin family was a great power that wasn't any weaker than the ancient Zhang family. With their strength, they didn't have the qualifications to resist. This is the sorrow of the weak. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. However, this was also the law of survival in this world. He couldn't change anything. The only thing he could do was to become stronger and not let others control his life. Lin Ling, good job. Originally, I thought that Gu Yen's sect would change hands. Fortunately, you are here. Just as the crowd was in silence, a soft chuckle was heard. Mo Jingtian walked back excitedly. Today's situation was full of twists and turns. In the end, he was surprised that Lin Ling was the one who changed everything. However, Lin Ling's arrangement was better than Zhang Jiuyun's. At least Mo Jingtian could keep his position as the sect leader. Unfortunately, this was only his wishful thinking. Lin Ling didn't think so. Although Mo Jingtian didn't have the intention to kill Lin Ling still remembered that day when Mo Jingtian gave up on him to help Elder Xian Hai. Lin Ling wasn't a saint. His principle was to treat others the same way they treated him. Zhuo Lin, you said that Mo Jingtian didn't know how to be a good person. I think that's true. From today onwards, you will be the sect leader of Gu Yen sect. Lin Ling ignored Mo Jingtian and looked at a middle-aged man from afar. That man was Zhuo Lin, who was supposed to replace Mo Jingtian. As soon as Lin Ling finished his words, Zhuo Lin's expression changed. He was ecstatic. He thought that he would return empty-handed today. However, he didn't expect that the young master of the Lin family would support him. Lin Ling, what do you mean? Mo Jingtian's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe Lin Ling's words. Shut up. Who are you to call my Ling or by his name? You are just a sect leader from the countryside. How dare you be so rude? Lin Lei shouted angrily. Young Master Lin, what do you mean by this? Yes. Mo Jingtian hurriedly said to Lin Ling respectfully. However, he laughed bitterly in his heart. As a sect leader, he actually bowed respectfully to a former disciple. It would be a disgrace if word got out. Looking at Mo Jingtian's unwilling expression, Lin Ling sneered, Mo Jingtian, can your face be any thicker? You gave up on me that day. That decision is the result of your suffering today. You should know that you chose Elder Xian Hai. Why didn't you ask him for help? Haha. However, he seems to be the first person to give up on you. Yes. Hearing this, Mo Jingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, his heart was filled with bitterness. Yes, what right did he have to ask Lin Ling for help? Everything that he had was brought about by his wrong decision. If he had stood up for Lin Ling during the inner sect assessment, perhaps everything would be different today. He couldn't help but look at Master Mu from afar. He recalled what Master Mu said at that time. The river of time flowed. Today, he would definitely regret his actions. Now, Mo Jingtian was indeed regretting it. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. After hearing what you said, I am indeed not qualified to be the sect leader. Perhaps when you killed my illusion in the Heart Pagoda, my future was decided then. Mo Jingtian sighed and turned to leave. Mo Jingtian, to think that you would have such a day. You are headstrong and indecisive. Humph, this is what you deserve. Not far away, Lin sneered. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling. Young Master Lin, let's not talk about anything else. I can only promise you that from now on, Arcade Peak will only have one elder. That is your master, Hua Leitang. This is a promise that will never change. Good. Arcade Peak is the result of my master's painstaking efforts. I only hope that you will remember your promise. Otherwise, I can make you the sect leader, but I can also make you step down from your position. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, pondered for a moment, then said, also, the rules of Gu Yan sect should be changed. In the outside world, the weak are prey to the strong. The disciples who cultivate are already very tired. I hope that Gu Yan sect can reduce the fickleness of human nature and care more. Only when the disciples are weak, when they are strong, will they have a sense of belonging to the sect, and treat the sect as their own home. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Jingtian, who was far away, trembled. The bitter smile on his face deepened. When the disciples of Gu Yan sect heard this, they sighed in their hearts. Lin Ling's words were exactly what they were thinking. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had changed the future of Gu Yan sect. Young Master Lin, I can promise you this. Currently, in all the major sects, the strong will rise and the weak will be eliminated. In this process, many potential strong cultivators have been abandoned. After I become the sect leader, I will change everything. Zhuo Lin said sincerely. He also had the mentality of a leader. Well, since this is the case, let's disperse. Yes. Lin Ling nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked around and said indifferently. The people around said respectfully and slowly left. However, they still felt like they were in a dream. No one would have thought that the person who would decide the fate of the 4 major sects in Shirwan Mountain Range would be Lin Ling. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.